Okay, so we are going to create our new files. So when I say the new file, I'm sorry, we are going to create a new visuals on this particular bit. Okay, now let's see how we can start creating our first visual for the day. What you need to guys to do is the very first thing before we explain everything, like, okay, on the report view, just understand the technical topics. Okay, while I'm on the report view, the place where you can see here, okay, where it says the build visuals with your data, this is called a canvas. Okay, this is called canvas. Okay, remember this. Okay, and the next part what we are looking at is the filters. So at any given point in time, when you want to filter your data on your visual page, this is the options where you are going to toggle around. And the visualizations is the next topic where you are going to spend your more time on the visuals by creating a different visuals and how your data can be shown. And the third option, what you are going to see is the field section. These field sections are nothing but your total number of tables that you already have updated or worked on your Power Query editor. Okay. Right. So once again, I repeat this bit, build your visuals where you see this is called the canvas, and the filters will help you to filter the data on your canvas. And the visualizations is a place from where you are going to build all your visualizations. And on the field section, you are going to see all the tables that you have loaded from your Power Query editor. And also on the report view, what you can see is a page one, a page two. So which means these are multiple sheets, just like your Excel file, how you are taking a look. Okay. On your Excel file, which means when you open an Excel workbook, so I'm talking about the Power BI. In terms of the Power BI, you're going to say it is called a report. Okay. And like in Excel workbook, you have multiple sheets. You can create multiple pages in Power BI report. So in the current report right now, what you are going to do is you are going to create a new visual. So before you do this, rename this. Okay, by you can just double click on the page one and you can rename this. Let's say I'm just renaming this page as a home page. I can just simply type home, or either I can just mention home page. Okay. Ready from here?
Become.
Yes, Sharda.
Yeah. Only one page is showing here in this.
Even I have one page on my screen.
Okay. So that one I need to.
Yeah, the page one you are going to rename it as home page.
Okay. So thank you. Yeah, I'm doing it. I've done.
Okay. How about Shekhar and Namita?
Done.
Okay. All right. So after I rename this as a homepage, now let's give a new visual here. Let's play around with the visual and then see. The very first visual that you guys are going to see today is a new visual, the entirely a new visual that you might not have come across in your Excel applications or the other applications. Okay. Now, the first thing what you are going to do is you are going to always deal the data from the append one table, not from any other table. We are going to build all the visuals from the append one table. Okay. And from the other tables, I'll tell you the relations later, how we are going to do it. Now, first thing, let's create a new visual. So friends, you can see the append one table on the right hand side. So click on this append one arrow here. Just before append one, there is an arrow which is greater than arrow. The moment once I click on this, you can see the multiple data here coming up on your screen. Okay. Now, all I want you guys to do is find out an option called the country master. Okay. If not, if you are not able to find it, either you can do it in two ways. One, either you can find the option from here directly, or if you still think this is more confusing, what you can do is you can simply type country. Okay, so when you type country, you can see the beautiful thing. What happens appears on the screen. It is going to show you all the columns, possible columns that it can find out with the name country from all the different tables. Okay, so you can see the same column in multiple tables, and we know this is coming from multiple tables also. But however, since we worked on the append one, I'm going to concentrate more on the append one table. So I'm going to use the country master table and then slowly drag it from the left hand side to the right hand side on the canvas. So simply just drop it here. The moment you drop it, you should see a new world map is created on your canvas like this. Okay. Now give me a shout once you are able to see this map, or if someone else are not able to see the maps, also give me a shout. So what you need to do is you need to bring the country master from the append one table, drag it towards onto your canvas. The moment you drag it onto the canvas, you will see the first visual, which is onto the world map, where you could see a stats. Multiple stats have been updated. Okay.
लक्ष्मी कैन यू रिपीट दिस स्टेप? एक्चुअली नेटवर्क की वजह से ना मैं स्टक हो गया था.
Okay. Right. First thing, find out the country master dot country. Okay. From the append one table. If you are not able to find out, either you can use the search option, just type country. Okay. So when you type the country, you should see the multiple options are appeared, and select the country master dot country, not the country code, country master dot country under the append one table. So you need to use your mouse, or yeah, you need to use your mouse and drag it onto the canvas. So when you drag onto the canvas, you will see the country master appear on the canvas screen in terms of a world map. Just see how am I adjusting this, so that because I'm just keeping it here little about so that I can build few more stats here. Are you able to do that, Ashish? Okay, Namita and Sharda, they're good. How about Shekhar?
Hello.
Yes, Shekhar.
Yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble over here. It's slow in my PC right now, so it will take a while.
So you already executed the command. It is going to take a bit time. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah. The changes are not applying in my PC. It's still loading.
Is your internet connection stable?
Yes. I think I'm having a little bit trouble in loading this. I think
Like, are you, is the map not being filled? Is that what you meant to say, or something?
there's some sort of error in the map.
Okay, you want to share your
Uh,
screen? Let me see.
sure. Is my screen visible?
Not yet. Okay, now it is loading, I guess. gosh, oh my god, seriously, it takes so much of time. Which system you are using, Shaker? Is it a very old one?
Yeah, it's a little bit old system. It's my personal laptop.
Okay. You don't have any other laptop or any other system?
Currently, this is the only one I got.
Okay, I'm still not able to see the screen yet.
I think you also need
Sorry?
I think he also needs SSD to speed up the
You are cutting so much.
I think the system of Sonu Sekhar also needs SSD for
Oh, okay.
the processor.
Solid state drives. That's what you meant.
Yes.
I think.
Cost would be so expensive.
Yeah. Shaker, do you want me to continue from here and you will refer the recording and then do it again?
Yeah. Please continue.
Okay. 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 All right. So here, the moment once you bring the country master onto the canvas, you could see that there is an information automatically plotted, right? So this is the beauty of the Power BI on the first note, where you can, when you have the country names properly assigned on your data, that will automatically convert onto the world map. And this is a by default thing that happens onto the Power BI. Any continent, any country name, or any city name, or any locality name that you bring, everything, and let's say even your current locality name, whatever the name it could be. Okay. So when you say a particular name and the name is perfectly plotted onto the Google Maps, that it is actually going to show you on this screen. Okay. And now you could see here, if you witness, you can see there are different countries which are being plotted. Let's say when I hover the mouse on one of the bubble, you could see that under the South America, the Brazil is already been plotted. And here it comes as United States. And again, you can see when I plot here, it's Canada. And again on India, this is the India and this is Sri Lanka and likewise Australia. So you could see all the country names have been plotted. Okay. And also what you can do is right now at this point in time, just we are going to talk about this graph. Okay. Right. So what I would recommend, never, although the world map has been updated, never try to load the information onto the world map stats. You try to put the stats outside of it so that it is easier to see. So let's say, let's keep one more visual. So this is the first visual that you have added. Now let's talk about another visual. The other visual that we are talking about here is going to be the restaurant ID and okay, let's say total number of restaurants. So for the total number of restaurants, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rely on the restaurant ID. Okay, from the append1 table, I'm going to rely on the restaurant ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just again drag the restaurant ID and then drop it onto the empty canvas right below the graph of the world map, right below. Okay, not onto that. So when I plot it here, you could see on the very first note, everyone should see the restaurant ID is being shown in a data format. Okay. So when you drop it from the restaurant ID from the left hand side to right hand side, you're going to see the restaurant ID in a format like this, data format. Is it appearing in a data format?
Lakshmi, question here.
Yes.
So here we know that we have worked on those files with append one, restaurant ID, etc. And from there we are pulling these visualizations.
Mhm.
Now, in our day-to-day work, how would we know which fields to click on? Will those tables or parameters like show on the right hand side, like here, which is showing that we refer to the previous tables?
Okay. Um, See, on the right hand side under the field section, what is going
Mm,
to happen is under each table you might have multiple columns. So here it
mm.
is going to only show you the header names, the column names. Okay. But if you want to see the data, which column it belongs to or what, you can click on the data view and then you can refer here. So when I click on this append one table, I could see that whatever the columns are there within this particular table, I'll able to see all the data. Similarly, apart from that, if I switch on to any other table, I could see what are the other informations that I could see. Okay. So now again,
These So
yeah,
these were already we had opened before, and that is why we are able to see these, right?
yes, we already
So,
have worked onto the Power Query editor. And then once you click on the close and apply, all that information will be brought onto the Power BI screen.
okay. From there, we can create these visualizations.
Yes,
Got it.
you are going to create your visualizations only on the Power BI screen, not on the query editor.
So working on the query editor, we are coming to the main canvas screen and get
Exactly.
tagging the data from the Power Queries that we created behind the background.
Yes,
Got it.
right. Okay. So now that what I'm going to do is restaurant ID, since it is showing in the data format, since everyone agreed that yes, it is showing in the data format. Now let's see how beautifully we can design this. So no one is going to look at what exactly is the restaurant ID, but my intention is here to show total number of restaurants that we have around the world. Okay, since this data I have taken as an example belongs to the Zomato company, what I wanted to show is where is Zomato located across the world. Now that has been plotted here on the screen on the top of the world format, right? So wherever the countries they're operating, it has been shown on the top. Now below that, I wanted to show the total number of restaurants. I want to show in the number format. So when I want to show that in the number format, what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert this restaurant ID data format into a text format, I mean a number. So when I put that in a number, what is the way that I need to use? I have a new visualization that I'm talking about here. So this visualization you can see, which is there from under the fourth row, fourth column. Okay, fourth row, fourth column. There is a visualization called card. Okay, this is called card. So when I click on this, so first thing, remember that you need to select the restaurant ID data on the canvas, and then you need to go back to the visualization called card and then click on the visualization. So this should give you a kind of a number. Okay, so this should give you a number. So do you see this number, everyone? It says 1000080.
Yes.
Okay, but whatever the number that this is showing here is not the correct number. The reason why, if you look at the stats, okay, when I click on the card, what it says, this is the first restaurant ID. Okay, so from the list of the restaurants that you have brought in, it is showing up the first restaurant ID. It's not showing the actual number. Okay, so how do I convert this into a proper number? Now for that, what I'm going to do is, while it is on the selection on the canvas on the right hand side under the visualizations, okay, under the visualization here on the top, the visualizations are there, and below that I have got the fields wherein it should show the first restaurant ID. So here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this drop down and simply convert this into a count distinct. I'm using a count distinct. Okay, so the moment when I convert this into a count distinct from here, you should see the number. It shows as 9551. And give me a confirmation if you're able to see this number called 9551, everyone. This number should match with everyone.
Could you repeat the step, please?
All right.
Yes.
So when I select this card, okay, on the first thing I have changed the visualization to the card. I could see that when I say the card, you could see the number 1000801 something. Okay. So but that is not the actual count of the restaurant. So to convert that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this card, and under the visualizations, there is a section called fields, under which you see there is an option here where it says first restaurant ID. Okay, so I'm going to click on the drop down here, and then instead of first and last, I'm going to select the count distinct option. So click on the count distinct option, should change the number to 9551.
Okay, got
Got it? So what happened when we brought the count info, when we brought the restaurant ID information from our raw database onto the canvas, it is showing the list of restaurants. Okay, since it is in the text format, it is showing you the complete list. So it is not able to identify what kind of visualization it has to give. So it simply brought it onto the data format visual. Now what we have done, we converted that into a card visualization. And after converting to the card visualization, our aim is to show the total number of restaurants. So for that, we have a ready option where you can click on this and you can say the count distinct. The count distinct should tell you the total number of restaurants across the globe. So what I could infer from here that Zomato is operating in different countries and the total number of restaurants they have as of today is 9551 restaurants. This is what I could infer from here. Does it make sense? All right. So before we move on to the next visual, or we bring another statistics here. Now, the first thing what we are going to do is we are going to work on this particular visual again. Okay. So again, I'm going to select this visual now. And when I click on this visual, you could see there are two different options here according next to the visualizations. Okay. There are two different visualizations. I mean, there are two more options. One is the first one is your visual. The second thing is your formatting of visual. Third thing is your analytics. So we'll talk about the analytics later. But right now, what we are going to talk is about the formatting. So how do you format the visual? So now click on the format of the visual. You will see multiple options wherein one is visual and one is a general. Okay. So right now we are talking about the visual option. So when I click on the visual option, I have two things. One is callout label, category label, and callout value. So when I talk about the category label is nothing but the label that you see here called count of the restaurant ID. Okay. When I switch off this category label here, now you could see that the count of restaurant ID is gone and there is only a number shown. This is how I can switch off the category label right now, which I don't require. I will give my own label here. So I'm going to switch off the category label. Okay. And apart from that, what else you have on the callout value? So when I click on the callout value, remember this point, whenever you are working on the card visuals, the options, whatever I'm going to show you remains the same. So what are the different options that you are going to see on the callout value? On the callout value, the first thing you are going to see is the font. Okay. At any given point in time, if you want to change the font and you want to maintain a certain font here, let's say I'm going to use the Calibri, which I'm always like. So I'm using the Calibri, and the font size can be increased or decreased using the option here. And if you want to make it bold, you can use it bold, or you can either make it italic or underline using this option. And if you want to give a color to that, you can give a color. Let's say I want to give define a different color. So I'm using a theme here, a Zomato theme. So I'm just making it in a red in color. Okay, using this option. And the display units, I'm just going to keep it as an auto, and the value decimal place is also auto. So these are the things that I have here. Like similarly in Excel, when you select a data or when you want to format a certain data within a cell value, when you double click on that, you will see multiple options like font color, font size, font type, and you'll also have, if it is in a number format, you'll also find the decimal values or display units or everything. All these options you are going to find it under this callout value, since this is like a cell value. Okay, like again, the other options that you see here are the text wrapping, source spacing. So right now we don't touch base this, we don't require it much. So all you can do your adjustments is you can do it on here. So I'm going to collapse this call out value here. And on the category label, as I told you that if you want to use the category label, you can, but ideally I will usually switch off this because I don't require the category label. Rather, I'll give the heading in a different way because we have shown 9551 as some number, but we don't know what exactly this number talks about. So where do I give a heading for this? So for that, what you can do is you can click on the general, and on the general, you are going to find out different options here. So one is called your property. Usually what I recommend is do not work on the properties because this is just the height and width of this label can be brought in here. Now, since we are already doing it on the canvas by dragging it from this particular point from the corner, like I can increase or decrease. Okay, so you could see that here the height and width all keep changing automatically the moment when I do that. Okay, so I'm just keeping it a bit here.
लक्ष्मी सॉरी टू
Yes,
इंटरप्ट। लक्ष्मी मेरे इसमें कुछ अलग फील्ड्स दिख रहे फॉर्मेट विजुअल फॉर्मेट्स में।
I believe that you might be using an old one. I believe you might be using an old one. Is it Ashish?
यस 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 कॉल आउट वैल्यू नहीं आ रहा है मेरे इसमें जनरल डेटा लेबल कैटेगरी
Which you are using an older one. So click
वर्ड
on
रैप।
share your screen. I'll tell you. I mean, the same options. What happened with the latest version and the previous versions that you are using, this place where you can see the build visuals and everything are being actually grouped and then brought into a simple way to identify.
Can you able to my screen?
Yes, I'm able to. Now you see here on your visualization, you can see that they are not being grouped. They're just kept it simple. This is how it was in the older version.
Okay.
So for this, what you can do, you will see the same option. There you can see the third option which says category.
Category, yes.
So if you switch off that, you could see the category label will go off.
Okay.
And the general, you'll have the height and width and everything, what we are talking right now. And these are mentioned in X and Y position, width and height. Okay.
Yes.
So you don't usually go to the general option. We don't really require that. So you can just collapse it. Now here, what you need to do is you need to call it as a data label. If you go to the data label, there you can change the color. You can change the color of it. So you will see that your data label is changed. And if you scroll down a bit, you will see the options where you can bold it, italic, or this. See bold. Switch on that bold. Just below there. Right. Just above that, you will see the font family. This is where you can change the font family. Now, this bit again changes according to your company style. Whatever the organization you work for, so they have certain rules like your report should be in Arial font or it should be in a Calibri font, or they prefer to use a particular different font. Okay, so according to that, you can change whatever the font that you like using these
Okay.
options. All right, and
Okay.
also what you can witness is you see the search button there just above the general.
Yes.
Right. So this search button will help you or allow you to see any option that you want to choose. Let's say, for example, you want to bold this particular data label. Okay. Or what you can do is you can just simply type bold. That will filter the option for you. It will tell you in which place it is exactly.
Okay.
Got it?
Yes, yes.
All right.
Okay.
So let me share my screen back. You can continue from there.
Yes.
Okay. So here, as I told you that right now on this particular data label, I am given I have given this. Now the next point, what I wanted to do is I want to actually bring a label to this. Okay. So usually what we call the label here, usually, okay, let's say for example, when I want to give a label, okay, usually what is the simple nomenclature that we say? What kind of word that we use? Yes, guys, come on. I need to give a label. Okay, I need to give a label, or either I need to give a certain name here. So usually what is that I use, what is the name that I usually say for that?
Total number of restaurants.
That is that is what the category I'm talking about. So what is that called?
Label.
Any other name that you will give? Okay, what is that here? What we say? What are these? I
Table.
just told you. I just told you something. This is a table. Append one is a table. Within the append one table, what is that you are saying? Sorry. A bit be louder. What is that? I didn't understand that. This is append one is a table. Within append one table, what is that contents you are seeing here?
These are different columns, I think.
Okay. What is the first cell of a column that we call?
Field.
Header, right? So if you are talking about the header here, okay, so what you can just say, you can see on the title, okay, another word we call it as the title. Okay, so here either you can type as title on your search button, it will allow you where this exact information is. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you here, if I want to look for a title, okay, I don't need to go or do anything. All I can do is I can click on the search. Okay, title that comes to my mind. So I want to give a titles here. So I'm going to switch on the title, and the title will allow me to give a text, whatever the text I want. So I'll type total restaurants. The moment once I type in the total restaurants here, you could see the friends that this has been updating here on the label here. Don't you see this? So this is called the title. Okay. So again, I can change the font of this like Calibri, and then I want to make it 14 or 15. Like let's say I gave 16, and I want to make it bold and underline, and the text color I want to give it as red in color, and along with that I can also make it aligned, either it is center or right or mid. I can use this like this. So just see if you are able to do this.
Yeah.
You found that option title. Okay, looks like someone have dropped in. Namita. Okay.
This is restaurant now.
Sorry.
Total restaurant, right? The title is supposed to be.
Yeah, the total restaurants. So just see you're able to do this, everyone.
Yes, yes.
All right. So if right now what we have done is we created a simple label that talks about what is the total number of restaurants. Okay. Now similarly, let's do the same thing with a different way. What we are going to bring is there are 4 different statistics that we'll talk about. One is this, one is that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is to bring the cost in USD. You remember that we created a different column called cost in USD in under the append1 table. It's the USD conversion rate. The intention here is across the globe, what we talk is we are having total 9551 restaurants. Now, I also want to give the statistics on the average total number of, average cost of 2 people across the restaurants. And I'm going to show it in the dollar value. Okay. So what is that I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring the cost in USD onto the screen here. But this time when I bring the cost in USD, you can see before the cost in USD, there is a sigma symbol here. Okay. What the sigma symbol denotes is this is in a summarization. Since the value is in the number format, since the value alone is in the number format, it is showing a sigma symbol prior to that. So this indicates that this data is in a number format. So since it is in the number format, when I bring onto the canvas, you could see that it is shown in a graphical way, or the visualization is automatically updated to a graphical way. But this is not what I'm expecting. What am I expecting is I want this graphical visual to convert into a card visual. So I'm going to select this as a card visual. Okay. I change this to the card visual. So once I change, is it right? No. The reason why, because I knew that I have brought the data in a dollar value, but here it is showing in a different way. So what is it I need to do? According to the data, what I have brought in, I'm just converting this into a average. Since it is shown in the number, I'm going to put this into the average. So how do I convert this into the average? When I select this particular card under the visualization,
Lakshmi, how to convert
how to convert?
graphics to number?
Right. You select this graph and then you need to simply click on the card visual. You need to click on the card visual. Okay. So once you click on the card visual,
Lakshmi,
yes, Mita.
always choose the card visualization option, or is it like the most preferable one, or can we switch to other visualization as well?
Right. See, okay, to answer this question, how it works in card is something like it will tell you, okay, when I'm talking about a certain statistics, let's say, for example, overall, what is the total average value? Overall, what is the total number of value? Overall, what is the count? So when I say overall, and when my data is demanding that I need to show the statistics on overall basis, then recommendable visual is card. Okay. When you are talking about the overall statistics, then you can use a card visual that gives you more understanding about your data. Make sense?
Yes.
Right. So right now what I'm going to do is as I converted this into the card, now the part left over is I need to put an average. So I'm going to select this card and then use the average. So when I give average, now you can see the number comes in as 10.82. Is this number shown for everyone? Is this the same number that you see? Ashish and Sharda and Shekhar? Okay, that's a yes from Ashish. How about Shekhar and Sahu? Okay, Shekhar, I know that you have some issues. Okay, Sharda, right. So right now we have got 10.82 as an average. Now let's work on this in a different way. Now, what we can do, the first thing, do I need to go back and then perform all my activities like how I have done the same thing here? Do I need to perform all the activities on the card? No. What you can do is, it's going to be in a simple way. All I'm going to do is I'm going to select this visual and I want to apply the same format to my next visual. So I'm going to select this visual, and you see the option here under the home group, home tab. Under the clipboard group, you are going to see the format painter option. Click on the format painter and you will see your cursor moves into the paint brush, and then simply click on this next visual. Now your format is ready. You are not going to do any changes. Your format is ready. All you are going to do is you're going to assign a new title to this. As I told you earlier, you can click on the title to hover, and then here I'm going to mention the title as average, or let's say I'll just mention average cost in dollars, or average cost for two. I'll just mention average cost for two. Now my next visual, which is ready. But do you see something else on the average cost for two? What is your thought? Do you think this visual gives 100% clarity about this, or do you want to add some more thing on the visual? If so, what else? If you are the creator of the report, okay? So I'm talking about average cost for two. Like, what else you think that this is something is missing on the visual?
Which country wise there is a variation?
For country wise, there is a variation, but however, since there is a variation, we converted every data into a dollar. So there's a dollar value, right?
Yes.
Right. But since it is a overall, like across the globe, we are talking about in the dollar value. Like, what do you think? What else can be added to give much more effective way of saying, yes, this is what the answer is? What else you think that is missing on the table? I mean, on the label. Any idea? Any guess? When I say 10.82, what does the 10.82 mean in?
Average cost in dollar.
You're talking about average cost for the two people, but where is that you are saying that it is in a dollar value? How do I take it? Can I assume that this is
Average
an Indian rupee? Can I say this is in pounds?
No, it's in dollar. So you
It's in
rather
dollar. That you and me and know, because I'm teaching you and you're learning, so you and me know. But for the people to know this dollar value, what should we do?
we should add the symbol dollar symbol in this.
Good. What is essential here, when we are talking about a particular cost, we need to clearly mention what kind of value that you are showing, either in a dollar, or you're talking about a rupee or pound or euro. No one knows. Only the person who created knows, and then you know. That's all, right? So what you need to have, you need to have a dollar symbol. Now, is it adding a dollar symbol to this is really um, a challenging task? Absolutely no. It's going to be much more easier. All you need to do is you need to create a format, like in Power BI, how you can do it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to the data view here. Okay, I'm going to the data view, and I'm talking about the append1 table. Since I'm on the append1 table, I'm talking about the append1 table, and within the append1 table, I have got more number of columns. So wherein I'm talking about the place where I'm saying cost in USD, right? So I'm going to select this column on the cost in USD. I'm on the data view, click on the cost to USD under the append1 table. And as I told you, this has already been summarization. This has already been shown up in the sum, which is absolutely okay. However, you could see here the formats. This is in the general format. Okay. So in the general format, I can set up my options here, like how. Click on the format. I can change this to a currency. Okay. The moment once I click on the currency, you will see that the data here on the screen is going to update it onto the currency format. By default, the currency format has been shown in the dollar. At any given point in time, if you want to change the format of the currency, here you can use the under the same format, there is a currency symbol. I wish to change to another format, I can use any format here. Okay. The moment once I choose, it will automatically change. But since by default it will be in a dollar, and since this is in the dollar format, I'm absolutely okay for this. And I'm just going to press this report. Okay. However, when I see right now, I could see a large number. So what I'll do, I'll just give a restriction here on the same place. On the data view, I'm going to mention the auto. This should be of 2 decimal places. So I'll just give 2. Okay, and enter. So now you can see there is a consistency that there is a 2 decimal places. Okay, I'm just doing it everything on the formatting. So again, I go back to my report view. Now I could see that the label is shown only for 10.82. So I'm just going to decrease this, or if you want, you can match up this width here. Let's say when I go to the format visual under the general option, or either I can find the width. The width is says 208. So I will just mention the same thing here. It is 269. So I'm just changing the visual here to 208 just to match my both the visuals. So I could see both the visuals are being shown. And the beauty of this Power BI option is when you hover the mouse, when you move the data label here and there, you could see that you can observe the 2 dotted lines, okay, on the top and above. So this says that they are in line. So I'm just giving an option here, average cost for the 2, like this. And just I'm saving the file. You guys were able to do this?
Oh, actually, Srikant, I had a power cut. So could you please just tell me from the total restaurants, how did you get that heading? Actually, I missed out that from there.
I know you missed out, Namita.
Yes. Please could you explain it again?
So you have got the heading here, or you didn't get the heading?
No, I didn't get the heading.
Okay, select this label. Okay, select the label here. And once you select this label, you need to go to the visuals, format your visual. And under the format your visual, you need to type title.
Okay.
Okay, so once you type the title, you will see a title option and you need to switch on the title. Post
Yes.
which, under the text box, you can mention the total restaurants.
Okay.
And once you have updated this, what you need to do is to change the font and the font size. And I made it bold, and then it underline this, and I changed the text color to red in font and the horizontal alignment to center.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
Yes.
And how about this label? You're able to do this average
No,
cost for 2?
no,
Yes.
I have missed out that also. No.
Okay. Have you done till here?
Yes.
Okay, let's do one thing. If you have done this till here, then what we are going to do is, right. Ashish or Shekhar, do you mind to tell or help Namita how she can do the next one? What we have done?
Yeah, sure.
It will be a practice for you.
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
So,
You can share your screen and then show her. So let Namita share the screen. You can guide her.
okay, better when Namita share your screen, I will write.
Yes, I will share. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah, no. So, go on cost in USD.
Personal here.
Drag below the map.
Okay.
Okay. So now you can change the visualization into card. Uh,
Card.
no. Huh.
Where exactly?
Fourth row, fourth column. Uh, ऊपर
Okay,
ऊपर
okay,
जहाँ पे
okay, okay. Your card. Okay, fine.
yes,
Yes, got it.
yes. So now uh, so नीचे fields में जाके कॉस्ट इन यूएसडी के यहाँ पे जो ड्रॉप डाउन है वहाँ पे हाँ वहाँ पे क्लिक करो वहाँ पे एवरेज ओके सो सेम विजुअलाइजेशन में जाओ हाँ यहाँ से सॉरी टोटल रेस्टोरेंट पे क्लिक करो हाँ यहाँ से हम सेम इसका फॉर्मेट हम एवरेज कॉस्ट यूएसडी को डाल सकते हैं सो ऊपर होम टैब में क्लिपबोर्ड में फॉर्मेट पेंटर पे क्लिक करो
Format painter.
या
Okay.
एंड देन क्लिक ऑन एवरेज कॉस्ट ऑफ यूएसडी उससे रिड्यूस करो साइज को विजुअल के सर्च बार में टाइटल सर्च वहाँ पे टाइटल डालो एवरेज कॉस्ट फॉर टू avg.cost
avg.cost
फॉर टू
for 2. Okay.
अभी लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में जहाँ पे हम ग्राफ रिपोर्ट फॉर्मेट में है ना सो उसके नीचे जो डेटा फॉर्मेट है वहाँ पे क्लिक करो
कहाँ पे?
लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में जहाँ पे हम डेटा फॉर्मेट रिपोर्ट फॉर्मेट एंड मॉडल फॉर्मेट है ना
हाँ.
वहाँ पे डेटा फॉर्मेट पे क्लिक करो
हाँ.
देन अपेंड वन को एक्सपेंड करो
And one को expand.
No,
No.
anyway, she is on the append1 table. So
Okay.
keep moving to the right hand side.
Okay, so उसे मूव करो राइट हैंड साइड हाँ कॉस्ट इन यूएसडी कॉलम सिलेक्ट करो ओके सो नाउ फॉर्मेट जो ऑप्शन है उस पर क्लिक करो वहाँ पे जनरल लिखा हुआ है बाय डिफॉल्ट उसे करेंसी कन्वर्ट करो हाँ और उसका डेसिमल जो ऑटो दिया हुआ है वहाँ पे 2 करो नहीं वहाँ पे डबल क्लिक करके आप 2 डाल सकते हो और अभी रिपोर्ट फॉर्मेट
Good. Now you're able to see the same thing like what we see here.
Yes. Shrikant, so what is the difference like after we went in that appendix and then we did all the formatting? So,
Okay. When you have created the 10.82 earlier, does it show in a single number? It's not showing in the dollar format.
it is showing?
Okay. When you have dragged the data, when you have dragged that cost in USD earlier onto the
Okay.
canvas like this,
Yes.
and then changed the card, and
Yes.
what you have done is you are converting this into an average cost.
Right.
When you put into the average cost earlier, the dollar symbol is not there, right?
Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. For the
But
dollar symbol.
yeah, because basically when we are talking about the average cost on an overall global view, we are saying, okay, that average cost is 10.82. But what format is it talking about? Is it a dollar or Indian rupee or pound or anything? So you need to tell to the audience very clearly that I am representing the number in a dollar format. So how do you represent? There should be a symbol, right?
Right.
So for that reason, we went to the data view and then converted that particular column into a currency format.
Got
In
it.
Excel, you have the same option. You'll go to the column and then change that convert into a currency or the format cells, right? The same thing you are going to do here. You have done it here.
Got it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So let's talk about
Thank
the
you.
next. No problem. You need to thank Ashish.
Yeah.
He helped you.
Thank you, Ashish.
Thank-
All right. So now what we are going to do is, so far we are just doing all this activity. Now let's do in a simple way. Like the same thing, I'm just doing it in another method. Okay. So right now what I need to have four more I need to have total four statistics that I want to bring up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a duplicate of this. How do I make a duplicate is I'm going to click on the outside anywhere. Using the mouse, I'm going to select these two labels and I'm doing a control C and I'll do a control V. So now with that, you can see that there are two more visuals actually added. So while they are in the selection mode, I'm just going to drag it towards the right hand side. Okay. And I believe, and I'm aware that these are in the line right now. They are in line. If you want, you can check like this. They will be in line definitely for sure. Okay. I mean, you are actually what we have done. So what we have done earlier is we are going to bring the data from on the append one and then we bring it onto the canvas and then we are doing a format painter job and everything. So this is what you have done. You can do it that way. The other way around, what I'm doing is since already the formats are there, I'm just going to do some changes, tiny changes onto the format. So that's why I created a duplicate of it. And then what I'm going to do is to just simply change the numbers here. So how do I change? What do I bring a change? Or how do I bring this method? Now, the total restaurants, instead of the total restaurants right now, what I'm going to say, I need to have a total number of cuisines across the globe. Each of the restaurant is giving me, there are around 9,551 restaurants. Now what I need to do is I want to bring the total number of cuisines. Okay. So I'm going to bring the cuisines and put it onto the restaurant. So how do I do that? So first select the visual here. And I know that there is a count of the restaurant ID. I'm going to simply delete this field. In this place, I'm going to delete the field and bring the cuisines. Okay. And by default, it gives you the first cuisine where again, I'm going to bring this into the count distinct and go back to the visual and then click on the title. And instead of total restaurants, I'm going to say total number of cuisines. See how easy I can able to do this job. Otherwise around, I'm going to bring the cuisines first and then convert that into a card visual and then apply the formats and again give the title. Instead of that, what I did, I created a duplicate of it. And instead of bringing the restaurants, I simply remove that and then put a cuisine there, change the format of it, the way it show. So I gave the count distinct of it. So I could see that the total quizzes right now are showing up 1826. Give me a shout once you guys are able to do it in this way. Okay, it's a yes from Ashish, Sharda and Namita. Okay. Sharda, you're able to do that? All right. Yes, Sharda.
Yeah, I can't able to do that.
You can't.
Just the one.
क्या क्या प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है?
I have done till this. I'm sharing my screen, please.
Okay.
Till this one. This is the one I can't able to add the title. Can you able to see the screen right?
Yes. Okay, go to the format visual. The बीच में a visual के बाद, हाँ, click on the title there in the search. Give a name here.
Okay. Just the one also. I go to format.
Title. You can change the total quizzes.
Title.
Total quizzes. CUISINS. नहीं cousins नहीं, quizzes. CUISINES. No, you need to update the number there. The total quizzes.
One this one. Okay. So here I go to the
Format visual again on the first visuals. नहीं, the add visual selection में. इसके पहले वाला ऑप्शन. हाँ, यहाँ पे रेस्टोरेंट आईडी निकाल के वहां पे क्विज़न्स लेके आना. Remove that and then bring the quizzens here. Right, you need to change that. You click on the first quizzens under the fields.
under the cells. Okay. Here is the count, right?
Yeah, count distinct. Count distinct.
Count distinct. 1826. This one, right?
Yeah.
Again, I have to go to the promotion. Here.
I have done till here. I haven't done anything else.
Total response.
Right. Probably you can see my screen first and then look what am I doing, and then probably you can just do the next part. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So now that I have got the total quizzes, which I'm okay with. Now the second part on the last label that what I'm going to do is instead of the average cost for 2. Okay. So I'm going to remove this field here. And instead of the average cost for 2, I'm going to bring the aggregate rating. Okay. So aggregate rating is there here, which is KPI aggregate rating. So I'm going to bring the aggregate rating here and then put it here. Then I'm just going to convert this into the, right. If I convert this to the count distinct, it will tell me the average cost. I mean, whatever I'm showing you here right now, this is not okay. Since the average rating is in a rating way. Okay. Let me just first change the title. Instead, what I'll do is average rating. Okay. All right, come on. I gave the average rating. However, the number here is not showing correct. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to the data view again, since I know right now it is not correct. The reason why, if you look at the table on the data view, when I go to the aggregate rating or KPIs aggregate rating, okay. Yeah, here you can see. So this is in the, when I see the okay, when I see this aggregate rating, this is not right. This is actually shown up in a different way. You see, this is in the decimal number. Okay, but here on the report view, it is not showing in a proper way. So how do I convert that? The first thing what I'm going to do is on the aggregate rating, I'm going to select this, and on the format, instead of text, I'm going to put this as a number. Okay, data type should be first decimal number. First thing, the data type is a decimal number. So I'm going to click on yes. So now you can see that the text is automatically converted into the decimal format. And once the decimal format is updated, you could see this is coming in the general, which is absolutely okay. And I'm going to keep the text as either 1 or 2. So I'll just give 1, not 2. Okay. So first I change the data type to decimal number, and then the format, the decimal number is 1. So you could see that the decimal number automatically updated. Now, when I go back to my report view and select the data label, here I'm going to find out more options. The reason why, earlier you could see that there is no sigma symbol earlier. Now it is in the summarization since we changed the format of it. So when I click on this, I'm going to have some average minimum. So I'm going to use the minimum, sorry, average of this, and I could see the average rating is given as 2.7. Okay, now give a try on your screens and then see if you're able to see the same number by doing all these particular steps. Okay, Ashish was able to do it. Good.
Shrikant, after just filtering it out into in the fields, no? So I just did it minimum, so it is showing me 0.0.
Because you're converting to the minimum, you need to convert that to the average, not the minimum,
Okay, okay. I'm getting as 2.67.
right?
Okay, thank you.
I can increase this to a decimal point, another decimal point. So you'll see that aggregate number is 2.67. Okay, so Ashish and then Namita were able to do. How about Sharda?
Done.
Okay, right. So you could see that these are different statistics that we have brought in, but in an overall picture, it's not a single number that is related to some region. This is the overall picture. What we are talking about, Zomato is located in 9551. Total number of restaurants they have is 9551 across the globe, and the average cost for two people in dollar it is 10.82, and there are total 1826 cuisines or distinct cuisines that they are offering, and the average aggregate rating that it has been given for each of the cuisine, it says this is 2.67. Now, does these statistics make sense?
Shrikant, 1 minute, Shrikant.
Mm-hmm.
Shrikant. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
showing 2.7 for me.
Because we have, oh no, no, don't worry. Go to the data and then increase the decimal point.
Okay.
That's it. One more decimal point.
Yeah.
But these statistics here does make sense on an overall picture.
Yes.
Yes, yes, I got now 2.67. Yes, I made it 2, but then I got.
Okay. All right. So now what you can feel is now that you are looking at the total data here. Now just click on any one of the bubble from the top. Any one of the bubble from the top. Okay. Let's say I click on the Canada. Now what do you see is the moment you click on the Canada, you could see that the data or the statistics are changing accordingly. This is what you need to witness.
Uh, Hi Lakshmi. What did you click to change the view now?
I clicked on one of the bubbles from the top, from the world map.
Okay, so from the map itself, we can click and see the view changing.
Yes, the moment once you click on the any one of the bubble, you could see that the statistics are being updated and changed. So when I click on India, you will see the largest number. When you click on the other regions, you will see the small numbers, tiny numbers. Were you be able to seeing this,
Yes.
everyone?
Yes.
Changing? Now
Yes.
you
It's
understood
changed.
why this activity has been done?
Yes.
And now do you get that feel of the Power BI, how it actually works? At any given point in time, if you want to switch back, just click on any blue area anywhere. So you'll see that again, the normal statistics are back. Okay. Now, just to add more to this, I know that we have created more number of data, but let's look. But you remember that we have brought the data on the world map by country wise. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to just filter more ideas. When we say filter more idea, now just take a look how your world map is just going to get operated according to the data what you are going to select. What's that I'm going to do right now? Now, what we are going to do is we are going to work on the slicer. We are going to bring a slicer here. Right now, I'm going to bring the continent slicer. Okay. So I'm going to select the continent from the left-hand side under the append one table, see the screen, and I'm going to bring it onto the canvas. Okay. Just watch my screen for a moment. Okay, I brought the continent from the append one table and then brought onto the canvas. The moment when I brought onto the canvas, as I told you clearly, the moment once you bring any country or continent or city or locality names or anything, it will automatically convert into the world map. But I don't want the world map to be like this. What I want that is I want this to be as a slicer so that a user can click on the slicer button. They will see the statistics. How do I do that? It's going to be a simple way. That what I'm going to do is to select this visual here. And this time I'm going to use a slicer which is there in fifth row, first option, right below the world map. Okay. Fifth row, first option, right below the world map, which is the slicer. The moment when I click on the slicer, you could see that there is a slicer added like how you witness the same thing in an Excel. Okay. However, I have the slicers in a checkbox. Now, if I don't want to put this in a checkbox, I want to change the style of the slicer. What are the different options that it is Power BI is offering for me? The first thing what I'm going to do is to when I select the slicer, okay, and when you go to the format visual, you will have more number of options. Now this time they are going to be bit more. So under the visual section, you have the slicer settings. When I click on the slicer setting, you have the option either you show it as a vertical or horizontal. So I'm going to select this as a horizontal so that you could see all these are expanded in a horizontal. And right now I'm going to just adjust this bar here. Okay. You see how this is getting changed. The moment when I select this into the bar, this is where I could see that the data is bit changed. Okay. So I'm going to decrease the length of this again. Let me keep it bit center. Let me increase this. I'm just keeping it in the exactly in the middle of the graph. Okay, the first thing what I have done is I've just changed this vertical to horizontal by going into the slicer setting. The second part what I need to do is I have the selection here where it says either I can go for a single selection or multi-selection. So when I say single selection, it will always allow you to go for a single selection. Rather, if I choose the option called select all here under the selection, when I select this select all, you could see that there is a select all option. Okay. And let me look for a moment if there is a blank here, but just in case if you see there is a blank, let me see in my database that there is something blanks here. Okay, there is no blank here ideally. But still it shows blank. So let's see how do we deal with this. The slicer values, we are going to just make a change. I'm going to change the font. I'm going to change the font here and keep this a bit increased, like around 14, 15, and make it bold. And the font color, I'm going to give the font color as white. And I'm going to bring a background. Instead of the background white, I'm going to bring the background as red. So this is how I could see the number. And the borders, I don't like anything borders. Okay, so for now, I'm just going to leave the border at this point in time, or either I can give a border with the same red. Okay. And on the general part, as I told you on the titles, right now, if you look at this slicer settings, slicer header and value, and I'm going to switch off the slicer header so that the header is gone. So I'm fine with this. Values, I'm okay. And I'm going to give a title here. Or either I don't need to give any title. I'll just keep it aside. Okay. So when I keep it this way, you could see, let me just slightly decrease the height of it. Okay. Now this makes much more better. But before I do that, let me see what is this blank option actually coming from. Ideally, I should not see this anywhere. Let me look at the transform data if there is something on the blank on the transform data. So since I have some blank values, I'm just trying to decode where it is. So for doing that, I always need to go back to the Power Query editor because that is where my data is coming from. So let me take a look at this continent and then see. It is still loading. Okay. Here I could see that there is no values, but however, when I click on the load more, okay, it is showing Asia because we are column profiling based on the same thing. On the entire data set, if I update this and click on load more, oh, I'm the Zomato Asia, I'm sorry. I need to be on the append one table. Okay, I don't see anything here that says blank. Still it shows the blank values. Looks like there is some unwanted data. That's okay. Just do this. You are able to see any blanks here? Just give me a confirmation if you're able to see the blank, everyone. You do it till here, whatever I have shown you on the slices setting. Meanwhile, let me just figure out why is it showing as a blank. It shouldn't. Slicer setting, I'm going to the horizontal and then the selection. Just going to reduce this. Do you see the blank options here, everyone?
Yes.
Lakshmi, in my case, there is no blank.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, I'm able to see.
Okay, you're able to see something. Something what I went wrong. Not wrong, or I should say.
Srikanth, where did you get that option for select all and single? Where was
Under
that?
under the slicer settings.
There is slices.
That's fine. I believe that there is some issue. Let me look at the data later. That's not a big deal. Let's not waste time on that. And it is not anyways going to do it. So under the slicer settings, under the selection, you'll have the multiple option. And the slices header, I'm just going to remove, and then the values, I'm just going to put it Calibri. And the font size, I'm just going to put it as 15. And the font color, white. And the background, I'm going to bring the background with a red font. And make them bold and then underlined. And I'm just going to expand this bit little. The border also, I'm just giving with a red font. Okay, so if you have done the slicer, okay, now click on any one of the continent where you can see the data. So click on the Africa. What happens when you click on the Africa data? You could see the world map is actually zoomed onto the Africa region. And there it will identify which country that it is talking about. Since we
Lakshmi,
have the data,
इसमें ये background दूसरा change हुआ है मैंने share कर screen
yes, please.
यहाँ पे background change किया तो
आप कहाँ पे change किया background?
background
Okay,
tab में
okay. First thing, scroll up a little bit. Off the slicer heading, you can just simply switch off. Right? And selection controls you already have done, which is good. Okay, just collapse it. Click on the items. Right? The font color, you can change that to white in color. Background. Right? Scroll down a bit there. Okay, outline, you can just give it as an outline if you want. You can give a frame, that's okay. And then you can make them bold, underline, right? Scroll down. Right, background, you have already switched on the background. So if you go to the background, if you go to the options on the, okay, now you are good.
Yeah.
Okay. Now what does this help you? This will help you when you select any one of the particular continent there. Okay. Then you could see that the world map the world map is zoomed in into that particular region. Is it happening for everyone? Namita, Shekhar, sorry, Sharada.
Yes.
Okay. Now you see how beautifully you can create a particular report out of this, a simple report. So when I click on Asia, it will zoom into the India. Okay. So you can see also the statistics are updated. Now, what else can be done on this particular report to make it much more beautiful? Since we are talking about the Zomato, since we are talking about the Zomato theme here, it's good that you bring a bit of visual on the report. Okay, so how you can create that? I'm going to the insert, watch my screen for a moment. I'm going to the insert tab. Under the insert tab, under the elements group, I have an image. So when I click on the image, it will take me through a place where to select the images. So I'm going to select the data sets. Within the data sets, I have given a folder called the images. So when you select the image, you'll have multiple options here. Okay, a lot of options. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use two images here. One is this person, Zomato 1. Click open. And when I click on open, you could see that the image is being updated here like this. Okay, I can decrease the image size and bring a match here like this. Or I could see what is the height and width of it. The height and width is, again, how do I check that? Instead, if I don't want to go anywhere details, I'll click on the width. So it will show me what is the width of it. It will be in the properties size. So width is 865, height 76. So I'm just going to put this in the height as 76 so that that matches with my slicer. So I'm going to put it this way. And similarly, I'm going to again insert one more image called Zomato 2 and then click open. And this is updated here. If the placements are not being updated properly, you can just update the image here like this. Okay. And I'll going to adjust the height of it. I'll give the height as 76. See, these tiny images doesn't do anything here, but ideally, if you look at a particular report, it gives you a feel, okay, I'm looking at a particular company image, and then this is how the statistics are shown. Okay, just try to add this and then see if you're able to do it. And then this is how your report should look beautifully.
Shrikant, I had a question
Mm-hmm.
that, like how we had repeated for these, the total restaurants we had used it, we had used format painter, correct? Now for the
Right.
images, now like to repeat the last action, there is nothing as such, or you have to just go manually and then what do you say, you can change the height and the width. Do we have to do that?
Oh, okay. You're talking about the format painter, right? You can just
Yeah.
click on the format painter of this on the particular image, use a format painter, and then click on this.
Yes, exactly, that's what I
You
want
can
to
do
ask
that.
if it works. Okay.
Yes, it works.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Shrikant, can we have our own creativity, like map on one side, on the left side, and then the numbers on the right side, and the
Yes, you can.
structure
You,
below, something, the designing of the layout?
of course, definitely. You can have your own creativity, but this is all like, I mean, I'm just showing you whatever the options you have, and then you can absolutely do your own creativity.
Okay, okay.
No problem at all. Okay. All right. Um, you guys want to take a short break and then come?
Yes.
If you want, if you're keeping silent, I'll continue the session, which means I feel you guys are really doing good and you don't want a break.
Maybe a 10 to 15 minutes break is okay for now.
Okay, just take a 15 minutes break. Let's again come back. And I believe that you guys have done so far till here, which is absolutely okay, which you're not able to face an issue.
Yes,
Um,
all right.
like, yeah, Ashish and Sharda, you guys are good? Okay. All right then. I'll stop sharing the screen. We'll just take a 15 minutes break and then right be back. Okay. Just be on time. I'm back. You guys are back. Just drop me a message. Yes, Sharda.
Yeah. So can I share my screen because nobody is there?
Mm-hmm.
I have some doubt in formatting. This is the one that red color I'm not getting. Actually, I had some work I went in between. Sorry.
Okay.
The
Select
meantime
the
break was there. Yeah. So why
which.
this color is coming?
Okay. Now go to the format of the visuals.
Okay. This is the format, right?
Right.
Slicer setting.
Okay. Switch off the slicer. Click on the selection. Click on the selection.
Selection. Yes.
No, no, no. All these options looks good. Scroll down.
This one.
Switch off that. Click on the values. Right. You need to change the font color to white.
So here I need to change Calibri and this one you say set as 15, right?
Yeah.
So in the values I need to change, right?
Yes.
I have done the mistake there.
White color. And then scroll down.
Then background we have to select red.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yes.
Now once you click on the select all and then again click on the select all, everything should be in a red in color.
So in black. Select red, yeah.
Now does that work?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Srikanth, I had some work actually. My mom is not feeling well. In between, I need to go and check with her. So
Okay. No problem.
getting disturbed with me. I'm sorry. It's a long time now, so in between I went and check with her.
No, I mean, I understand everyone have personal things, but when you invest some money, what we expect is that you also grab the same knowledge. But
Sorry.
anyways, once you have the recording, you can also take a look at the recording and then again, you can work on the same also.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Since everyone are back, let's just start the session.
Yes.
Lakshmi, could you show one more time how you inserted those images?
Shubhamita.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. One more time, like the how you inserted those images.
Sure, I can show you that. You're able to see my screen, right?
Yes.
Just a minute. My Power BI got closed. Let me open it. But anyways, you'll have that in the recording. Do you want to see in the recording? Is that okay? The reason why I'm asking because you're not actually doing it, right? You're just viewing on the mobile. That's the reason why I'm asking. Is it okay?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. No problem.
Or otherwise, I can show you still. I'll show you just one option. I'll just show that. Wait.
Okay.
My Power BI got closed unexpectedly.
Okay.
All right. So I'm just going to show you how I'm adding an image of this. So when I click on the insert, for adding the images, I'll go to the insert tab. Under the insert tab from the elements group, I'm going to click on the image, and the image I already have since downloaded from the Google. I already kept a dump folder here. So I'm choosing it from the dump folder, which is called the Zomato 2, and click on open. So when I click on open, this is what I could see the image. Okay. So I'm going to just use the format painter and then use this image. Okay. So that the settings are done. However, I'm just going to put this down here, aligning to this, and I'm just see the height as 76. So now the image, I'm just going to expand a bit more like this. So this is how the image looks like. So now you understood how you insert, how do I insert an image?
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, we are going to see the same options in the next page also. So for now, this is what the point is. Like when I click on the Europe or anyone, let's say when I click on the Europe, you could see that the world map is also adjusted according to the selection. Okay. And at any given point in time, if I want to click on select all, and again, when I click on the select all, the things are reset here. So this is how a single sheet is created. Okay. Now let's add a bit of complexity on that. Now, when I say complexity, it's not so complexity, but we are talking about more information. What we have done is we created a world map and then we plotted the country here, and we plotted the data according to what the selection we are doing by again giving a filter on the continent. Now, if you observe the sheet, okay, when I click on the filters, when you observe that, right now you could see that there is a country master which has been added onto the filter. Okay, so till here we are good. Now that what I'm going to do is just look at my screen for a moment, and then you can again execute it later. Okay. So what is that next step I'm going to do? I'm just going to do a bit on the world map. So since right now we are looking at the world map country, I'm going to the append one table. Okay. Now what I know that I have already have added the country. Now I'm going to add the city here. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring the city and drop onto the location here. Okay. On the location, I select the world map, and then now I brought the city and then brought under the location under the visuals. So what is happening? Right now I have country and then I have got city. Similarly, I'm also going to bring the locality, and I'm just dragging the locality under the city now. So what is that it is being happening? The hierarchy is maintained from country to city, city to locality, isn't it? It's something like Asia, India, and then Maharashtra, and then Pune. Let's say this is the hierarchy I maintain. That's what the hierarchy I brought in. When you observe, when I bring the locality here on the world map, you should also see that there are arrows which are updated right now. Earlier, when you have only country, you will not see the arrows. But now, when I bring the city and then locality, you could see that there are arrow marks updated here on the world map. What does this arrow mark talk about? What does this arrow mark is doing here? So this is called hierarchy. Okay, this is called hierarchy. So what does the hierarchy actually does? Now take a look and watch the screen. What is happening? When I click on the Asia, you could see that the world map is zoomed till India. Okay. Now when I click on India here, okay, I could see the values are updated. However, when I click on the drill down on the India, okay, when I click on the drill down, or let's say, okay, the next arrow, when I click on the next level of the India, you could see within India, there are multiple locations which are being highlighting. Wasn't there? Now it is being updating. Okay. Now let's say, for example, when I choose any one of the place within this, okay, any place I choose, let's say Pune. So when I click on the Pune, it is again zoomed into the Pune location. Now I could see that the locations are updated here, each of the location. Now when I click on any one of the location like Viman Nagar, I could see that there is a restaurant within the Viman Nagar. Okay, and there are certain informations where I could see still in this particular location there are details. Now what does this filters here are doing? These are actually zooming in the data much more detailed method. So when I click on the one arrow up, I could see the India location. Again, when I click on the up arrow, you could see the world map again. Let's say when I go to the Europe, it is United Kingdom, right? So when I click on the Europe, United Kingdom, now it is zoomed into the United location, wherein you could see there are places in Edinburgh, Birmingham, and then London. Okay. So when I click on the London, it again tells me what are the different locations I have within London. So I've got different locations. You see here. So this is how your hierarchy will help when you are adding more number of drill down information. This is what we call it as the drill down information from country to city, city to locality. Okay, now just add this locations, add the city and locality under your location and then try to zoom in. So use the second arrow, okay, so that it will be helpful for you, or either you can just click on the select all. So when I click on the select all, you will see when I click on the drill up arrow, and when I click on the drill up arrow, it gives me the whole information. So when I click on this double arrow, it expands all the locations which have been plotted onto the map. Now this is where it tells me when I click on the Africa, it zoom in and tell me what are the different locations I have. And again, when I click on the Cape Town, so within the Cape Town, what are the different localities it has been serving. And when I click on the select all and again click on the select all, now the world map is zoomed out. When I click on the drill up, so I could see the complete information back. This is how you can just play around when you're plotting hierarchy onto the world map, and then you can see the different localities and locations. But what I am expecting from the audience is on a high level, it should show the numbers, not the deeper insights of it. But for you to understand, I have brought in the hierarchy. Now give me a shout once you could see the hierarchy on your screens and then you're able to toggle the same.
Srikant, actually, when I'm putting city into the field under the continent, I
Mhm.
don't know the format is changing. Maybe it is showing me vertically.
What is showing vertically?
The field, like, the continent, no? So that is showing me vertically.
Share your
The
screen. Let me see.
continents. Yeah, I'll just share just a second.
Did you put it in horizontal earlier or vertical?
No, vertical only I've put into. See, when I'm just, you can see my screen, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So now, see, under continent. Sorry. Now I'm adding city to this.
No, 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 no. Wait. That is what you're doing the mistake.
Okay.
You need to add the city in the world map, not in the slicer.
Okay.
You need to select the world map.
Okay. Got it.
Now
Yeah,
you
I've
add this.
selected. Correct. I've selected.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. How about others? You guys are able to do it? Ashish.
Yes, Shrikant, I am done.
Okay. Sharada, you're able to do it?
We're done.
All right. Okay. So now that we have added, what we learned is how do you create a visual of the world map? How do you create a different statistics for each of this? And how do you add a slicer? How do you add an image? And how do you create a hierarchy? So these are the different points that you have learned on this particular page. Now let's create one more page and see a bit of detailed reports on that. Now for that, what I want you guys to do is either you can right click, you can click on this plus symbol that will create a new page, and you can just put the detailed stats. Click on the plus symbol to create a new page, and then you will see the detailed stats. I mean, you need to rename that as a detailed stats. That's what. Okay. I believe that you have created a new page and renamed it as a detailed stats. Now what we are going to do is, now we are not going to again rebuild the whole page. What I'm going to do is I'll go to the home page first and take this data here from here. Okay. Copy this entire set. How did I do that? Is using the mouse selection. I select this entire data set, copy it, and then go to the detailed stats and then put a paste here. When you paste it, it will say one or more copied of the visuals can stay in sync with the visual it was copied from. Do you want to keep it in sync? When I click on the sync, what happens? The details, whatever I filter out here. Okay, for now, let's click on the sync. For now, let's click on the sync. Okay, click on the sync. I'll show you the difference between sync and don't sync. When we do the same thing on the next page, you will understand that. Sync and no sync, then you will see. Right now, what we have done is we copied the same visual, slicer visual, and then both the images, and then paste it here. Now it says sync. Click on the sync. Are we done till here? Ashish and Sardar, are we good to go? Okay, right. So now what we are going to learn is a new visual and more detailed visuals here. Now, when I talk about the detailed stats, so what is that I'm doing? On the first page, I know that I have given the total restaurants and I have given set of details, but here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the same statistics, but in a more detailed information. So I'll give by city. Okay, I'm going to give the details by city. How I'm going to do it? So first thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the city from the append1 table and then drag it onto the canvas on the left hand side. As usual, by default, I have told you that any name that happens that it is a part of a country, city or state, it is going to plot in a world map. So by default, it is in the world map. So I'm going to change this visual to a table format. So which is the visual? It is there in the fifth row, second column. Okay, fifth row, second column. Just click on that fifth row, second column. You should be able to see a table here like this. fifth row, second column. I plotted the city onto the canvas and then converted this into a table visual. Okay. Slowly, I'm going to add few more statistics here. The same statistics information what we saw earlier, like the restaurant ID put onto this table, add it onto the restaurant ID, and whatever you have done earlier, like click on the restaurant ID and then click on count of distinct. So it will give me the count. Similarly, I'm going to add the cost in USD. Either I can drop it onto the canvas or either I can put it here. So I'm just going to convert this into the average. And similarly, I'm also going to add the total cuisines, the count of the cuisines. I'm adding it here in this place and then change that to count distinct. And similarly, the KPI average aggregate rating, and then I put them as average. This is what I have the stats right now. Okay, so when you do this activity or when you have updated the data, you can witness that whatever the numbers you see here as a total should always match with the home page. The reason being, we are not giving any information from outside. We are giving the information from within the same data. However, why this match? Because the slices are in sync with the previous sheet. So you should see the whole data here. So give me a shout once you guys are done here till here. You're able to add the table and then you're able to add the statistics also. You guys have done.
Shrikant, for average of cost in USD, which one you have selected? Could you please just tell me?
Cost in USD.
Cost in USD. Just one minute. Okay.
So cost in USD, you need to convert that into a average. So this is what it should show.
Lakshmi, in my case, count of restaurant ID and count of cuisines are same 2020 for Abu Dhabi. Your data 2017.
Have you put the count of cuisines?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're copying and pasting the data, did you put sync or no, don't sync?
Sync.
Okay. So बाकी सब details तो match हो रहे क्या?
नहीं, same Agra also. Count of restaurant ID is 20 and count of cuisines 20. Ahmedabad 20, 21. Albany 22 and cuisines are 19.
Share me your screen. Probably could be here and there. There could be a mismatch, but nothing to worry. But let's see. Share me your screen. Let me see the statistics. Okay, I believe that you might have done count of quizzes, but count of put a count distinct on the quizzes. Can you change that to the count distinct on the count of quizzes? Right. Does it match?
Yeah, done now.
Great. Okay, so I believe that you guys have done so far till here. Now, what is that we are going to see from the Power BI perspective? What is that we are going to see on the table visual? So you might think table visual is something like, okay, चलता है, ठीक है, table में ही आता है. But लेकिन इसमें क्या क्या कर सकते हैं? That is what you are going to witness in another few more minutes, right? So the beauty of this particular Power BI tool when you are dealing with such kind of visuals like a table or matrix table. Let me give you a difference between a table and matrix table in Power BI. Okay, so first thing what you need to understand between an understanding between a table versus matrix table. Okay, so before I do that, the table and matrix table are set together next to each other. Okay, what you are going to see the same thing. Okay, so difference between a table and a matrix table. Table is a just table with a content. However, matrix table as a pivot table, or you can see pivot, or you can see a grouped one, a group table in Power BI. Okay, so if anyone asks you what's the difference between a table and a matrix table in Power BI, what you need to give an answer. In table, you will see the contents in a very in a tabular way. It is in a plain way, very plain way. But matrix table will give you a content in a pivot table or in a group section. When I say a group section, again, so when you keep adding the information, when you keep on adding the information on the front row, okay, so it comes as a grouped way. It comes in a group way. So right now we will just see what is the table, and then you will also take a look at the matrix table in the next part. Okay, I'll just show you how the matrix table also will work. But the options, other than this difference of between a table and a matrix table, do remember this point very clearly that all the other options, like in terms of formatting, doing any adding any more visuals or any effects on this remains same between table and matrix table. There is no difference. Remember this point. Okay, only the difference between the table and matrix table will be the view, the only visual view. Okay, other than that, the options that we are going to see right now will be remaining same between both the tables. Okay, each and every information that I'm talking about remains same. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Now when it comes to the table, again, you need to have more, you will have a lot of options. Okay, and do understand all the options that we are talking about, and then think of what will be the best when you're dealing with your own data, and that matters a lot. Okay, so let's see one by one. The first thing, when I select the table, visual, I'm going to the format visual, and let's see what are the different formats I have. So you'll see more number of options, and then as I told you that you need to have a lot of patience when you look at this, because this is the only bit where you can make more beauty, and also you'll have to invest more time when you do this kind of formattings. Okay, so let's see one by one. Under the visuals, I'm talking about the I'm talking about the style presets. And Ashish, for you, the options bit are different, but whatever we teach or whatever I'm talking here remains same. Each and every option you will also find it, but the grouping and non-grouping is not happening for you. So wherein you will see all the options under the format as a generalized way. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So first thing we are talking about the style presets. So when I say style preset, you don't need to go with the further formatting. If you really want to go with the predefined formats of what Power BI is offering, you can always use this option called the style preset. So when I click on the style preset, you will have more options. Right now it is on the default way. Now you can just see when I click on the minimal, how you can see the data. Just see the difference. When there is a bold header, this is how it comes with a bold header. And when it goes with the alternating rows, this is how it goes in alternating row. And the contrast alternating row. And you'll also see the flashy rows. Okay. And bold header with the flashy row or sparse, or you can use a condensed one. What I prefer usually is I don't go with the style preset. What I do is I'll just keep by default. I'll keep by default, whatever it is. Okay. Or I'll choose by none. None का मतलब है कुछ formatting ही नहीं हुआ. So I'll use the style preset as none. And then I'll start using my own kind of different formatting. Okay. So the first thing what you have learned on the table formats is on the style presets, where you can have a by default, whatever the Power BI is offering, you will see all these options here. Okay. But usually I'll go with the none and then use my own style. So this is nothing but, if you remember, or if you go back and remember the options from the Excel, what you have learned, when you create an Excel table, you have a design styles, and the design styles is nothing but what you are seeing here, like flashy rows, alternate flashy rows, sparse, condensed, everything. Okay. Now this is what the style preset you have. Then I'm talking about the grid lines. So this is up to me if I have to give a grid line or not. So right now I don't want to give any grid lines. Okay. So I'm just closing the grid line here. So when I click on the grid line, you can see there are no grid lines anywhere in between the rows. Okay. Now coming to the values. When it comes to the value, what does Power BI tells me onto the values bit? So values are nothing but all the data what you are seeing here on the screen inside the table, each and every value. When it says value, it is talking about the overall values. Okay. So it is considering the whole values within the table and you're formatting on that. So I'm going to select a font and I'm going to increase the font size for each of this. So you can see the moment when I click on the font, you could see the values are getting increased. Okay. And I'm not bold. I'm not keeping anything bold. And the text color, I'm just going to put it as red. Okay. And the background color white. Similarly, alternate text color, because why? When I gave the text color, it turned into red. However, the alternates are not. So I'm going to use the alternate text color also to be in the red in color, so that I could see the whole content is in the red color and the background will be white. So I'm not worried about that. Till here, I'm good. So this is under the values what you will understand. Okay. Now let me give a pause. Let me give you a chance to go back and then work on your files. Do the same thing what I have done. Like you click on the table and then what we have learned so far, you can on the style presets, you are going to keep none and switch off all the grid lines. And under the values, I have just changed the values font to Calibri and then gave the font size 21 and the text color as red in color, alternate text color also red in color. So just give me a shout once you guys have done till here. See, when you keep practicing, you'll get more used to this. You'll get more used. You will get more used. The moment you keep practicing, you'll get more used. I mean, you don't need to exactly follow what I'm doing. You can actually do it something in your own style, whatever you like in terms of the font size, color, everything. So since I'm using a Zomato theme, I'm just keeping red and white everywhere so that it looks much more better and then gives me a feel. You guys did till here? Ashish and Sarda, you guys were good. You guys are able to do it. Okay. So far we looked at the values. Okay. Now let's look at the column header. So when I'm talking about the column header, this is specific to the column header. So in the table visual, the Power BI offers you the best way is you can actually edit the values separately, headers separately, and then the rows separately, the total rows. Now the option is exclusive for the column header where you can see. Okay, so I'm using the option here, Calibri. Since I gave the values as 21, I'm just giving this as a 23. And I keep them as a bold. And then the text color, red in color. Okay. And alignment center and wrap. I can just keep the wrap on. That's fine. The options. So when I click on off or on, the moment once it is increased, it will automatically be updating. Okay. Or let's say I'll just keep it on the left alignment, anything. Or again, the column headers, if I can decrease the font size, it will be better. That's fine. Sorry, I'll do one thing. On the column header, let me choose the text color as white and put the background as red. So let's put it this way. Then it should look good. And I can reduce the width of it by doing this way. I can reduce the width of this. So this is my table size, and I'm just going to bring this table to the center. Okay, reducing this, you can reduce it from here itself directly from the column. And now if you want, you can decrease the font size to look much more better. And you can see that the data have and let's just keep it the same way. Since we're on the column header, I'm just going to decrease the column header if I can keep it this way if I want. Okay, so I'm done on the column headers. Now that I'm talking about the totals. So for totals, even I want to do the same thing. What I want to give the totals, either I can just give a name here like grand total, and the calibre and everything remains the same. So good, this is good. The text color, which is in the white, and background in red. Okay, so far we have done on the values, column headers, and then the totals. Now that most important topics that we are going to go and in detail is on the specific column. Okay, now let's talk about what exactly the specific column mean in Power BI under the table visual and for the matrix table. So you have done the formatting on the whole table so far.
लक्ष्मी
Yeah.
मेरे इसमें वैल्यूज में मैंने जब चेंजेस किए तो मेरे मेन डेटा पे चेंजेस हुए ग्रैंड टोटल पे वहाँ पे चेंजेस नहीं हुए One second. I'll show you my screen.
Mhm. Go to the style. Okay, style is none. Okay, and then grid lines are not nothing there. Okay, column headers. Okay, and then you're talking about the values, right? Scroll down. Okay, this is good. Word wrap on is fine, or you can switch off the word wrap. That's okay, right? The font family, you give this okay. Text size is okay. Okay, italic underline is okay, fine. So now what is happening here?
So here's total. Here change total.
Okay, select the
Grand.
total now. Now select the total. Total drop down. Right, totals are on. Good. Now the total label, you can change that the font color. You can keep it white and the background of it red. Good.
Okay.
Good so far.
Done.
Right. All right. So now we are going to talk about the specific column. Okay, just watch my screen for a moment and then you can apply the same. So on the specific column, what happens? So far, whatever you have done is the values, and then you have already did the changes on the column header, you did the totals. Now, if I want to apply certain settings only to certain particular columns, okay? So this is where you can just see. Usually when I go with series like city, I have got only 5 columns. So all the 5 columns are listed down. If I have got around 50 columns, or okay, 50 columns we're not going to add. If you are having 10 columns, then you will see all the 10 columns names appearing here. So what happens with it? You can individually select each of the column and apply the stats accordingly. Let's say, for example, only for the city, okay? And I'm not going to apply the header or total. So which means the header and total remains the same, but only on the city. If I want to change the color of that, I can give a different color here. Let's say if I give a different color for this, this is where the color gets changed only for the city column. Or if I want to give a different color for this like this, I can give. Or let's say when I want to give it only black, so this is how the black color shows. Background color, if you want to give a different background, you can give. and the alignments you can do it. Similarly, this is only for the city. Okay. But when I want to do any changes to the next of the thing, let's say, for example, I'm going to the cost in USD. Um, Average cost in USD, the header and footer I'm remaining the same. But if I want to do any color changes or anything, I can do it from here. I can make them black. Okay. Similarly, if I want to do the count of restaurant ID to black in color, I can just keep the black in color. You could have done it on the values, that's fine. But doing this way will show you what are the options that it is offering. So that's why I'm just doing this way. If I want to individually give a different color to each of the column that I can give. So the option that I need to use it is under the specific column. Okay. Under the specific column, you can give a specific color to each of the column if you want. Now you can just apply the same on your screens and then see if you're able to do. I mean, no need to change the entire column, just use whatever it is required, whatever you feel like you want to change. Okay. You guys are good. So if you are good with the specific column, then we can move on to the next one, which is again important.
Lakshmi, again, in my case, there is no specific column tab in format.
Okay, for you that is fine, not a problem at all, because the least versions, the options differ as I told you.
Okay.
But if you share your screen once, let me just take a look. You might find out in a different way. Let me see if there is something. Okay. Field formatting, go to the field formatting. Right, this is the
Okay.
option where you can see.
Okay.
Okay, suddenly याद नहीं आया format option. All right. So now the next was bit important and easier, but again, you need to just be thorough about what you're doing. Okay. So the next topic, what we are going to talk is about the cell elements, and please watch my screen. Do not do anything on your screens till the time I say. So please watch whatever I'm doing here so that you will be able to understand. Okay. Now, so far what we have done is on the specific column. So I have shown you the entire table, how you can able to format column headers and then total rows. How do you format specifically? Then next to that, what we have done is we looked into the specific column. Within the specific column again, I also have shown you how you can do the formats. Now we are going to look at the cell element. So this is the hierarchy, the entire table and then the column and then headers. I mean the entire table, that means as a value, then as a column headers and total rows. Then you are looking at the specific column. Now that you are going to look at the element, which is again cell element. When I talk about the cell element, this is regarding this each and every cell that we are talking about. And don't worry that each and every cell can be edited, but on a nutshell, how you can able to edit. So now that what I'm going to do is I click on the cell element. In under the cell element, again, as I have the options for each and every column. Okay. Now let's talk about aggregate rating. So I'm choosing the aggregate rating column here. So remember that first thing, when I want to do any changes on this particular column cell value, I'll go to the cell element and under the series, I'm going to select the average aggregate rating. So I'm going to do some format here. So what is the format I'm going to do? Power BI also offers you within the table and matrix table, you can apply a conditional formatting. You can apply a conditional formatting. Okay. So like how you have in Excel, for a particular column, you can apply a conditional formatting. Here in Power BI, under the table visual only, you are going to see this option called conditional formatting. Now, for the other visuals like card and the other visuals, also we have got the conditional formatting. But the recommendable point, what I'm saying here, I'm recommending that you guys do it on the table visual to understand how it works. So for that, what I did, I go to the cell elements, and then under the series, I have selected the average KPI rating. And now I want to apply a different kind of conditional formatting. So we have got 5 different formats, or let's say I'm not talking about the web URL. Okay, this is least used, but I'm talking about the remaining four. So let's look at each of them one by one. Let's say on the background color, the first option I'm talking about is a background color. I'm applying this onto the aggregate rating. So switch on the background color. Okay. Now by default, you'll see some color and ignore it. Don't worry about that. We are not done till here. Now what that we need to do is we need to give a condition. So for giving a condition, I need to click on this FX button. So once I click on the FX button, you will see there is a background color which is being given by default. Okay, so the format style, I know this is a gradient. And if I want to choose anything, what I need to do is I'm going to put the rule here. I always prefer to go to the rules. Remember this, whatever the formatting you do, either it is a background color, icons or anything. Remember this step always, that you are going to use under the format style rules, because based on the rules, your data, you're going to do some changes, and that is what it exactly talks about. So the format style will be rules and apply to values only. Yes, do not change this option. Okay, now what field should be based on the sum of aggregate rating, but this is not sum. This is average. So you're not going to select anything from here, but on the summarization, we are going to use average. Reason, since I have given on the background, it is an average, I'm going to apply the rule as an average. So that's my summarization becomes an average here. Now I need to start writing the rules. Simple. Sorry. So when I type the rule, remember that this is going to be absolutely easy. The way you write, the way you say, the way you are applying here, absolutely is easier. But when you are doing it, just be careful when you do. Keep all your, I mean, be mindful when you're about doing something about on the rule. Now, I know that there are rules applied, which is there on the aggregate rating, which is the average. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing this way. Anything, my conditions are, I want to give a condition like anything. Okay, I'll write the condition here first. Okay. Minimum average, it could be anything, either it is 0 or 1 or 2, I don't know. According to my database, there should be a dynamic way of understanding. So I need to give like minimum average to 3, 3.0. This should be in blue color. Okay. And then again, greater than 3. So I'm going to type greater than 3. My keyboard is not working or something. Fine. I'll see 3.1 to, let's say 4.0. This should be in, let's say red in color. Let's change the colors again back. So anything between 4.0 to maximum average should be in color. Okay, so I'm only giving 3 colors. One is minimum, any minimum value. It could be 0, 0.1, 0.2, any minimum value to till 3.0. It should be in the, let's say, white color. Let's give a this way. Let's keep it in a white color, or let's say some other color. Let's keep it. Anything between 3.1 to 4 should be red. Anything between 4 to maximum average, let's say green. I've given some condition. Now let's say, how do I apply it? Here, when I say greater than or equal to, yes, greater than or equal to, I need to give minimum. So for giving minimum, what should I do? All I need to do is simply just delete the text from here and then leave this as it is. It should be just min. Okay. And I'm going to change this as a number. So you see, this is how the minimum should be given. Just delete whatever the number it is and type min. This is minimum. And lesser than. Now here I'm going to give 3. Then let it be in the red in color. Let's say I'll just give red in color. Let's say not this flashy red. I'll keep something like bit light in color so that it looks better. Okay, this is my first condition. Now I'm writing another new rule. What the new rule says, anything value greater than or equal to. Now, since I already told it is lesser than 3, that is good. But what if it is exactly 3? No. So I need anything greater than 3. So I'm going to give 3, greater than 3, less than 4. So I need to change this person to number. Okay, so let's say this can be in orange color. And similarly, I'm going to write another new rule. And here I would say anything greater than 4. Okay, and less than. Now here on the less than, I'm going to write max and change this to a number, and I'll give green color. So when I didn't find the green color here, what am I doing? I'm just going to the more colors, give it green, give this format, or let's say give the light format. You can just observe my light format is coming up. Now this is where I wanted to show the colors. Okay, and let me put the same thing on the chat window so that when you are doing it, you will also do the same way. So this can be a reference for you. Okay, now when I click on OK, what happens? You can just see the data is automatically changed. The data is automatically changed. So everything which is there with it, it becomes 4.90. It is in the background. Now when I keep scrolling down, you can see this is 3.98. Again, below the 3. Now you can ask me why the 3 and 4 are not colored, because we have just removed the equal to symbol. Now when I go to the cell elements, I already have given this. I'll just do some small adjustment. Anything less than or equal to and anything less than or equal to, I'll just change. So then, which means now you can see the 3 is also got updated with the color. Similarly, the 4 is also updated with the color. And everything which is below 3 is in the red in color. So this is a minimum 1.87. That is the minimum we have. So that's where it is automatically or dynamically taking the data. Okay, just give a try on your screens and then see if you're able to do that.
So, Lakshmi, this conditional formatting will not work in Power BI, right?
We are working on the Power BI. So conditional formatting is working on the Power BI only.
Okay, but in a different way, right? Not exactly like Excel.
No, exactly like in an Excel, but this is in the table visual. See, right now
Table,
it is in the table visual. So for for
not
every
Excel.
visual, you'll have the conditional formatting. Trust me. Every visual, you'll have the conditional formatting. It's just that what you need to do is you need to find out where you can use the conditional formatting. For example, on the home page, I have got this scenarios, right? These statistics. I can apply the conditional formatting either here also.
Okay, got it.
Like for example, when I select this,
Hmm.
when I go to the format of the visual, and when I go to this general, I have got all the values. So I'm going to put it on the category callout value, not on the category label, because this cell value I need to apply. So you see that there is a FX button.
Yes.
Wherever you see the FX button, you can actually create that.
Mm.
But just that I didn't do it here because it is not required.
It on a separate table.
Oh,
Sheet.
yeah. So we have done that on the table visual, but the steps, whatever I have done, remains the same in any of the visual where you see that whenever you see the FX button next to the cell value, yes, you have the option of using the conditional formatting.
Okay.
Got it?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
लक्ष्मी मेरे इसमें कंडीशनल फॉर्मेटिंग करके टैब है बट उसमें फंक्शन बटन नहीं है.
Share your screen, I'll tell you. Meanwhile, Sharda and Namita, just do it. I believe that you guys should be able to do it. Okay.
कंडीशनल फॉर्मेटिंग.
So first you have selected the average rating, right? You need to switch on the background color first. Otherwise, around you will not see that. Advanced controls. Click on the advanced control. Now this box, what it shows, it remains the same from here.
Okay.
It's just that we have got FX here on the latest one. The old one, it says advanced control. Now you can apply the same thing. Looking at the chat window, like what we have done, you can just do the same way. You should be able to.
And if I want to add more rules, so
The first thing what I have told you is on the format style, you need to remove that and then put it in the rules. Only then you should be able to do that. Format style.
okay.
That's why I ask you to refer to that picture on the chat window. You will see what are the options that you should be able to select it.
Okay.
Just give it a try.
It's done. I got it.
Okay. Namita says she got it. That's good. How about Sharda? I hope you should be able to get the same thing. All right. That's good. Ashish, drop me a message once you're also done so that we can continue with the next topics. Is it done, Ashish?
No, I am doing.
Okay.
Just
I know since it is the first time, you might take a bit of time to do it, but as I told you, you'll get more used to that when you keep working, practice it more. Is it done?
नो मेरा सारा ग्रीन आ गया है, चेक करो.
सारे ग्रीन आ रहे हैं क्योंकि शायद ऊपर वाला पूरा 4.4 के ऊपर ही है. So when you scroll down only, you might see a different colors. Maybe if you're not scrolling and then seeing. Sorry. Okay, while Ashish is doing this job, okay, um, remaining others, probably you can just give another trial. What you can do is right now, we can, let's do it on the average cost in the USD. Okay, so select the table. Again, go back to the format, your visual, and go to the cell elements. And so far what we have done is on the aggregate rating. Now what I want to do is I'm going to select the average cost of the USD, average cost of the USD. And this time I'm going to use the icons. You can give it a try on the font color and the data bars later. I'll give the icons now. Okay, so select the icons and then click on the FX. Same again till here. Only thing what changed is till here what changed is under the cell elements. This time I'm going to select the average cost in the USD. And I'm scrolling down and then selecting the icons, switching on the icons and then click on the FX. Till here, this is what we have done. But from here, the options again remain the same. Like click on the rules will be automatically done. And this is on the average, so which is okay. And left of the data or top alignment. You don't need to worry about any other options here. All you need to do is to reset the rules here. So what you can do, as I told you, greater than or equal to minimum, give the minimum number, and then on this greater than, what you can do is you can give so average cost in the USD is, I know it is a higher number. Let's break up by 150 for each. Okay, so 150, give it a diamond shape now, which is greater than or equal to, again this is greater than or equal to 150, and then greater than 150, which is number, and less than 300. So I'm just giving less than or equal to 300 and changing this to a number. Let it be in a triangle, and anything which is above 300, sorry, and less than or equal to max. And then as a number, it should be in the with a green circle. Or I can change the icon if I want. If there is anything, I can change the icon. You can choose any icon you like and click OK. Now you should see the icons are also updated accordingly. You could see a different icons everywhere.
Could you just repeat that again?
Repeat the entire step what I have done, or only till
No,
the
about the icons I'm talking about.
right
The
on the
icon.
icons. Okay, so I'll share you this bit. So this is what I have given. Like earlier, what we have dealt is with a background color. Now this time we are dealing with the font color. So what I did is I switched on the icons. So before I switched on the icon, I ensured that I am selecting the right column, which is average cost in the USD under the cell element, and then switch on the icons and then click on the icon effects. And here I haven't done any changes apart from rules. It's already been automatically updated and I only updated the rules. So this is how my rules are looking like. So which is greater than or equal to minimum. I'm just giving this a number and then this as a max. And max is a number. And then click OK. So now if you get used to that, you will be able to do it within no time, the way what I have done right now.
I got it.
Good. Sharada and Ashish, give me a shout once you guys are done. Okay. Yes, from Sharada. How about Ashish?
Actually, मेरे इसमें options अलग है ना, so that's why I get confused.
Okay. So all you just need to do is the same thing, like conditional formatting, and then you're going to select the column and then you're going to click on the icons. I mean, you need to switch on the icon. Then you'll see the additional controls. Click on the additional controls and then you will see the box. That is where you're going to set the rules. Okay. While Ashish is doing again, taking the consent from everyone, is it okay since we delayed starting the session, can I extend for another 15 more minutes? Is that okay for everyone?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Yes, Ashish.
मैं सेशन के बाद ये कर लूँगा, ये स्क्रीनशॉट रेफर करके.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Now, since you already have done the background color, you should be knowing how you are able to do it. Same thing, you are going to do it on the, instead of background color, you are giving icon. That's it.
Yes, sure.
Okay. All right. So now you have done a bit of conditional formatting. Now let's see the stats. Again, let's see the results. Now, what is that we are looking at? When I go to the home page, okay, when I go to the home page, now what has happened here? Let's say when I click on North America, which is NAM. Okay, so I clicked on the stats of the North America. I could see the total number of restaurants is 438, 26.24 is the average cost, 231 cuisines, and average rate is 4. Average rating is 4. Now, when I click on the next detailed stats, you should see the details are automatically filtered. If you go to the home page and then click on the NAM and come back to the second page, you should see the filter. The slicer is also selected for NAM, and you should see the results only for the NAM. And based on the conditional formatting you have given, even the conditional formatting will automatically get changed. Is it working?
Yes, it is working.
Right. So now do you understand the concept of how you can create a slicer for 2 different pages in sync so that whatever you do on the first page also filters on the second page?
लक्ष्मी मेरे डिटेल स्टैट्स में चेंजेस नहीं हुए
किसका?
मैंने जब होम पेज पे नाम सिलेक्ट किया सो मेरा डिटेल स्टैट्स में चेंजेस नहीं हुए हैं.
Okay, can you share your screen? I believe that it is not in the sync. That's the only thing. अपडेट हो रहा है ना?
नहीं
No,
नाम
you can see that NAM is updated, right?
ओके ये अभी हुआ. ओके सिंक होने में टाइम बिकॉज मैंने जब
Go back
सिलेक्ट
to the
किया
home page. Select on any other continent other than NAM. So once you click on the Asia, you could see that the total restaurants are 8849, 9.16, 1499, 2.56. Okay. Now go to your detailed stats. That's where you can see.
Yeah, it's done.
Right. Okay. So now that what we have done is on the conditional format. Okay. On the table, let's look at the remaining other sections, what you're also looking. So far we have dealt till the cell elements. URL icon is not required because required in the sense we don't really use this unless and until you have some URLs, and we don't have that kind of deeper level of example that to talk about. But ideally, you don't need to worry about that. And image height and everything, these are all. See, this is the image height. What you can see, just how much height it should show. That is what it is talking about. Otherwise, around everything is fine. So you can ignore the remaining options, which is absolutely not required, not really required to concentrate on. But till here, the cell elements, this is a place where you need to really concentrate. Okay. And this is how the table looks like. And what else you have on that? Properties. Again, as I told you, you can ignore the properties. And then again on the title, if you want to give a title, you can just give a title. Okay. So what you saw in the earlier things, the same thing. Okay. And usually I don't recommend you guys to go with effects or anything. Usually just keep it as simple as it can, because more number of work you can do, you will do it on the visuals. That is where this is what you need to understand is still here, it should be good. Now the difference between the table and the matrix table, what I have shown you earlier, what I was talking, just take a look. Don't do anything on your screens. Okay. Don't do anything on the screen. Just take a look at my screen and then see. I'm going to just give you the observation. Okay. Now that I have got around 5 columns, which is city, country, and everything. Now let's see When I bring country here, when I bring country onto the columns, okay, I could see the country data is updated. But if you look at, if I move to the left hand side, I could see the country details. Okay. If I look at the left hand side, the country details are been added. Now this is good, but this is on the table side. So when you keep on the table, the data that you keep loading on the table, you will see as a each column. But let's say when I convert this into a matrix table, okay, now you can see the matrix table, the options bit changed. On the rows, what is that I require? Okay, I require the country, and on the columns, I don't want the city. I'm just bringing the city here. Okay, and I'm going to add the columns. Okay, the columns are already been added, which are for the values. So I'm not touch basing anything on the columns. So now you can just see here what is happened when I click on the United States. You could see under the United States, I could see each of the country or the city name. And similarly, when I click on the Canada, I could see the list of countries which are coming under the Canada. Sorry, which are the list of cities which are coming under the Canada. Okay. So this is a table. This is how the matrix table will be. So you can see the matrix table looks like how it is being updating. So which means when I keep adding the values, it keep on adding the same thing. So when I click on the Asia, when I bring out onto the row, this comes as an Asia. So this is, since we have filtered the data for NAM, you could see for the NAM. And you can also see the hierarchy which is coming up here. So you can open up each of the hierarchy. So when I click on the United States, I'll see each of the city name. That's the only difference between a table and a matrix table. So when I again go back to the table, now all this is there. I'm just going to delete all this country master and everything because I have done till city. So I need only the data till city. So just kept it here. So where I could see this is where my information is. So now you understood how the table and matrix table works in. You understood, guys, how the table difference between the table and a matrix table?
Yes.
It's only the representation matters, okay? Nothing changes. It's only the representation matters. But the options, whatever you have gone through, everything remains the same. No change at all, right? Including your specific columns or cell elements, everything will be the same on the even on the matrix table. Okay. All right. So if you're good with this, now let's look at one more, adding one more page called Asia. So add a new page and give the name as Asia. Okay. Add a new page and then give a name as Asia. And after you do that, what you're going to do is on the detailed stats or from either from the home page, select this footer, the slicer, select the slicer and the images, copy this and then put it onto the Asia. Now this time when you copy it on the Asia, click on don't sync. Don't click on the sync, click on don't sync. Okay, I repeat, do not click on the sync, click on the don't sync. Let me know if you guys are able to do it till here. So when you click on the don't sync on this Asia page and you filter for any continent or anything, this page is not going to affect anything on the detailed stats or home page. It is going to act as an individual slicer. So that's the difference between a sync and don't sync. You guys did till here? Everyone? Okay, all right. So now that what we are going to do is we are going to add a bit of stats here. Now, when we add the stats, before we add anything, what I would recommend you guys, let's change the filter first. Okay, यहाँ पे जो slicer है, इस slicer में continent के वजह, okay, continent मैंने निकाल रहा हूँ यहाँ पे, continent के वजह मैंने country लेके आ रहा हूँ. Okay, so I brought the continent here. Instead of continent, I brought the country. Okay, this is the first step I have done. I select the slicer, and under the slicer, instead of continent, I remove the continent and brought the country. This is the first step. And the second step, since I have given a page name as Asia, and I'm expecting that the Asia alone have to be updated here, not any other continents. What I'm going to do is I'm opening the filters pane. I'm going to open the filter pane and drag the continent from the left-hand side and click on this and drop it under the filter on this page. In this case, I dropped onto the filter on this page. Okay, I opened the filters pane and drag the continent from the left-hand side, append one table, and put it onto the filters on this page. And now that what I'm going to do is I'm going to just put the Asia, select the Asia here, and then close my filter pane. So you can see the data here automatically is only filtered for the continents. I mean, only data pertaining to the Asia and no other thing. I know you could see that there are more countries here, but if you keep, when you have an arrow here, when you click on that, you will see more number of countries appearing. If you want to see all the countries at one time, all you need to do is to increase or decrease the font size or anything adjustable. So you'll see that everything at one time. Do it and then give me a shout if you are able to filter this properly, and then you are able to see only the countries pertaining to Asia and nothing else. Okay, Ashish done. Namita and the other. Okay, Sharada also good. How about Namita? Okay, good. You guys have done. Great. So now that this is how you can filter a data exclusive for a particular continent by using the filters pane on this page. Okay. Right now it is not showing because I have not activated the slicer. When I activate the slicer, you should see the continent is Asia. Right. So now what we are going to do is we are going to add a different database here. Okay. So when I talk about the different database, we can just see how easy we can do this method. I can add right now. So far we have dealt different visuals. So now let's add a simple visual here. Okay. So what is that simple visual talks about? Let's say I want to add continent and country is fine. The cost in USD is also okay. Cuisines is fine. Okay, let's put a data for the cuisines and then see. Okay, so now I'm going to drag the cuisines here onto the screen. I'm going to drag the cuisines here. Okay, and when I drag the cuisines, since it is in the text format, it is showing up in a table format or a table visual on the canvas. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to change the visuals from here to, let's say, a simple clustered column chart. So the first, second, and third, the first row, fourth column, I'm going to change the visual from cuisines. So right now it is blank because I don't have any data. since the data is on the x-axis. Now I need to add the data onto the y-axis. Now let's add the average cost in the USD onto the y-axis. And I'm going to put this as an average. Okay. So if you look at this, this is the new visual that we have brought in, and I know there are a lot of information, so nothing to worry. All we are going to do is I'm going to take a copy of the slicer. I'm copying the slicer, paste the slicer again, which means I created a duplicate, and I'm taking the slicer. And on the new slicer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the country. I'm going to add the city here. Okay, I'm going to add the city. And after I added the city, I'm just going to change the direction of this from horizontal to vertical. And so which means I have all the information here. And then the selection will remain the same way. So I'm going to reduce this, increase this, and I'm just putting it here this way. On the right hand side, I'm going to expand this. And aligning this graph to here. So other adjustments, let me do it on the slicer where I could see on the slicer, I have got on the selection, I'm just using the on the selection, I'm just using a single select, not everything. I'm just using a single select. I'll switch on multi-select and I'll switch on select all is gone. And I'm just going to use only the single select. Okay. So what happens with this? The moment when I click on the select all, okay. So I could see that, okay, since it is on the single select, okay, since it is on the single select, the region I'm going to select, you could see the information is automatically updated here. And even the slices are also updating here. I know the text is not getting updated in a different way. We'll deal with it, but just take a look how you can able to update this information. So were you able to filter the data for each of the city within that Asia, and then you're able to see the information about each of the cuisines that they're talking about?
Yes.
Don't worry, we are going to go into the details of this more number of details. What I'm showing you right now is how do you filter the information on a single page by creating a simple stats for a single continent. That's what we are doing it. Okay. Now let's look at one more simple thing. Select the graph and go to the filters. Okay. Select the graph and go to the filter. So I'm going to select this particular average cost of the USD by cuisines, and then I put the filter. I'm going to the filter pane. Now, what is that we are going to witness? Let's say I'm showing all the stats. Now, let's say, for example, my manager say, Lakshmi, you don't need to do all this, but I don't want to see all the cuisines with all the data. Can you show me only the top 5 in each of the city? Or can I see only the top 10 of each of the city? Let's say, for example, when I go to the Bangalore, I'm interested to see what are the top 5 cuisines, not the entire list of cuisines you have. Can you tell me that? Now, how do I do that situation? How do I deal with the situations? It's going to be a simple thing, not a rocket science. All we are going to do is select this cuisines visual that we have created. This is my cuisines visual. And on the filters, and I already knew that there is average cost in the USD. Okay. And cuisines is all. This is what it is being given. Now what I need is the top 5. The top 5 based on the average cost, but not on the cuisine. Because since cuisine is in the text format, you can't tell what are the top 5 cuisines, right? There should be a measurable scenario to say, yes, these are the top cuisines. What is a measurable scenario here? Average of the cost in USD. Okay, so I'm going to put a filter here on this average cost in the USD in this, and click on the show items when the value is uh, let's keep it the same thing. Cuisines, let's go to the cuisines and then select this top N. Okay, and I'm going to put top 5. So we are filtering the cuisines data, which is on the text, but the measurable will happen automatically on the average of the cost 5. So when I click on this cuisines, I'll have a filter type wherein it says top N. And when I select this top 5, I gave the top 5 here. We didn't have the data or something. The data is not okay. Let's see. Let me just give a scenario. Give me a minute. Let's see this way. Maybe I think this way the example is not okay. Let's look at the other example. Let's go to that. Right. Let me do this part later. Let me just identify what is wrong. I think there is a format issue in my system or something. Let me look at that. Okay. So this is a place usually where we can do the top 5 or top N. How do you filter that? Okay. This is a place where we usually do. And once you give the number, it will activate the apply filter. So once you click on the activate filter, this will automatically update it. There could be some issue with the data that I have brought in into the picture, maybe this graph or something. I'll talk about this again on the next class. Okay, but just understand this is a place where you will be doing the filtration bit. Okay.
Yes, Lakshmi.
All right. So I'll save the file here. I'll save the file here. Okay. Now let's just look at what are the options that we have looked in so far till today. As a refresher. So we started the session with a blank page where we don't have anything today, right? So we started the session with a very blank page where we didn't have any stats for anything. So what we have done on the first note, we have brought on the first page, we created a home page. On the first page, we renamed as a home page. And then we brought the continent information here on the canvas. And as I told you, the by default, any country, any city, any continent, any locality names that can be recognized with the Google Maps will be automatically turned into the world map section. So here The moment when I brought in the country master, the first thing, the country master, you could see that it converted into a world map. So on the first node, you saw the blue dots wherever it has been located, and post which we added few more information like city and locality within that. So that is what we call it as the hierarchy. The moment you see adding more information, that gives you the hierarchy. Now post which, what you're also looking at is we have created a simple visual called the card visual. This is called the card visual. So we created the total number of restaurants where we brought into the visual, and then since it is in the text format, it was shown in the table formula earlier. Then we converted this into the option by using count distinct. By using the under the fields, click on the drop down, we clicked on the count distinct. So that's where you could see the restaurant. And top on that, what we also witnessed is on the format of the visuals, we did the call out value. We did a formatting. How do you change the font size, font type, making it bold, and then color, and then display units and everything. And we switched off the category label. So the category label shows us count of restaurant ID. So we switched off the category label. Rather, we went to the title and gave a title called the total restaurants. And similarly, we did the same thing in average cost of the USD for 2 and the total cuisines and then average rating. We have saw different stats. Only thing what we have done here is on the average cost of the 2, we went to the data type at any given point in time when there is a data which is not recognized in the text formats. Okay, then we converted this into a number format, which is the cost in USD, the last option. And we changed it to the currency format and then gave 2 decimals. That is where you could see the dollar symbols appear, and that has been reported the same way here on the canvas. And aside to this, what we have done is we created a new slicer by bringing the continent onto the canvas and use the slicer visual. So on the slicer visual, what we witnessed is when I go back to the format, you have done the slicer setting, like how you can change that vertical to horizontal or horizontal to vertical. And adding the select all option comes under the selection where you will see the single select, multiple select, or show select all. We usually work either on the single select or select all option. Multi select will be happening when you click on the select all. When I say multi select, you can select 2 or more regions at one time. So let's say I press the control key on my keyboard and then select Asia and then also select the Europe. So that's where I can select both the continents at one time. So that's the multi select. And you could see with the background black in color, that means those are selected right now currently. Okay. And this is what we have learned on the slicer. On the first page. Now on the second page, we created a detailed stats wherein we looked in how you create a table formula. How you create a tabular visual. This is where the data we brought in on the tabular visual. We added the same information. Whatever the stats we did see on the home page, we did added in a tabular formula, but this is bifurcated by the city. And when we bifurcate by the city, we also did see the slicer copied from the previous page to the current page where we made a sync so that whatever I filter on the home page will also filter on the second page. And also what we did do is we looked into more number of options within the table visual, wherein you have the style presets where you can have the predefined styles where you can able to look at, or removing the grid lines and the values. When I say the values, when you're doing this values, you are going to format the entire table visual, not just only one particular column or row, the entire table. So that happens under the values. But you also have an option for formatting the column headers where you can see the change, the increase of font size or decrease of font size, and change the color. And similarly, you also did do on the total separately. So this and this also can be done separately. Along with that, you also did see how do you specify a particular column and then do only changes to a specific column by using the specific column option. Okay. where you have just applied the series, you have selected one of the column, and then you are applying, either you want to apply it to the header and then footer also you can switch it on. Otherwise around you can apply only to the values by changing the text color or background color or anything. Now these options differ when you are selecting a particular column. Similarly, what we did witnessed is on the cell elements where you have created a conditional formatting for each of this. Since I did reset the state, that's why you're not seeing, but otherwise around, we did see how you can create a conditional formatting either by doing a background color or a font color or data bars or icons based upon whatever the scenario that I wanted to use. I can apply it for any of the columns that I have created. Okay, and this is where in specific onto the cell elements. And we ignored these options, URL icon and image height. As I told you, these are not required. So this is what we have done on the second page. Now on the third page, what we did is we created another slicer, but this time we filtered the data exclusively for Asia. Like how we have done that? We go to the filters and we added the continent onto the filter on this page and then filtered only for the Asia. So this is what we have done on the third page, and added new slicer that will have the city names within each of the country I'm going to select. And we applied the single select option, and we created a simple visual which is of the um, cuisines, the total number of cuisines, and then what is their cost involved for the each of the cuisine. And we created a simple column chart here, which is the fourth one, first row, fourth column. Okay, so we have done till so far, which I know that right now what I believe that from the zero, which means from the scratch of the data by loading onto the Power Query editor and then creation of the model, data transformation and cleaning you have done. Now you enter to the Power BI screen. Now you started witnessing how you can create a simple visuals and how you can create a card visual, how you can apply a conditional formatting, and what is a table and what is a matrix table, what's the difference between them, how you can do it. Now on the coming next section, the last session, what you're going to witness, we are going to see an example on this on the top 5 and top 10. How do you filter? Let me relook at the data. Probably I might have done something wrong. I'll just look into that and then let you know how you can create the top 10 and top 10 items. Once you are done, now on the next part, what we are going to do is we are going to witness or see all the graphs. I'm going to create all the graphs here. Okay, like all whatever the visuals we are seeing, all these visuals you will be creating one by one, and you will see for each of the visualization what are the Power BI different options what Power BI is offering you in terms of analysis, analytics, in terms of the way how you create a visual, so that with that you will have a hands-on experience on each of the visuals, and that is where your report will be ready. And that report is nothing but your dashboard when you publish it onto your online platform. Okay, but what we are going to see is on all the visuals and then see each of the visual what are the different options that we are going to have. Okay, before we wind up, do you have any questions so far? Okay, can I take the silence that you don't have any questions? You are good so far?
लक्ष्मी,
Yes.
मेरे जो वो फील्ड सेटिंग्स चेंज हो रहे हैं जो ओल्डर वर्जन है, सो उसे मैं कहाँ से अपडेट कर सकता हूँ सो दैट नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं आपके साथ में कंटिन्यू कर सकूँ.
Like what are you exactly talking about? Any particular option that you're looking?
पावर बीआई का मेरा ओल्डर वर्जन है, सो दैट्स व्हाई मैं लाइन अप नहीं रह पा रहा हूँ तुम्हारे साथ, बिकॉज मुझे वो ऑप्शंस फॉर्मेटिंग.
Actually, you want to upgrade it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, you can click on the help here, help tab on the top. You can click on the help tab on the top, and you will see about, just see what is the version. This is what the version you have.
Okay, one sec. Version ID or version only?
The
Sorry,
version.
user ID
No,
version is
version will be
2.9. 2.99.782
Yeah,
64.
yeah, yours is a different one. I know. What you can do is you can just simply go to the Google or click on this
Okay.
app.powerbi. You will be redirected to that particular page where you can
Okay.
download the latest file. Or either the other way best around you can do is you can click on the Microsoft Store and you can also go back to the Power BI and click on the upgrade. So, but what I would suggest, since you are using it, what I would suggest, you can just click on this. Uh, I mean, since I already given you the version, right? Go to the Google directly and then look for this version,
Okay. Okay.
the latest version that you can download and upgrade it. That should be good enough.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Usually
Yeah.
when you open, I mean, yeah, you will not get that because since what happens at this scenario, sometimes let me tell you, um, since I'm on the higher version, if I tend to send, if I try to send this file to you, when you try to open, it will give you a pop-up somewhere here down. It will give you a pop-up. Okay. Stated
Okay.
the report is created on the higher version. Do you want to upgrade the Power BI? That is what the option that you will get.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But in an ideal scenario, since it is a standalone application and you are doing the report for yourself, you can straight away go to the Google and then look for the latest version, like whatever I've
Download the
given,
latest version. Okay.
download, and then you can install it. That should solve the case.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure.
Right. Okay. Namita, you have any questions?
Hello. Yeah, yes, I do have.
Yes, yes.
Actually, in the
Then why you're
home page.
silent? Tell.
No, no, I was just waiting for him to finish.
Okay.
Uh, on the home page, the first
Hmm.
page we did, we had
Hmm.
done average rating. So we had to go in the data format and we had to change the data type, correct?
Yes, you need to find the data type. See, when I initially brought the average rating, it is in a text format. So when I look at this data here, do you see the sigma symbol?
Yes, yes, I do.
The sigma symbol denotes that Power BI recognizes that particular column data as a text form in a number format. Right now it is in the number format, but wherever you see the sigma symbol is not updated, let's say I have one more thing, which is not currency. Probably I have got anything else here. Let's look at the restaurant ID. See, restaurant ID, ideally it is in the number format, but Power BI, we made it as a text format. So since it is in the text format, you don't see the sigma symbol. Go back
Got
to
it.
the data type and click on the restaurant ID.
Restaurant type.
Select the restaurant ID and change the data type here from text to the whole number. Okay. Now you could see the options gets automatically changed. How? You will see the first difference on your right hand side under the append1 table. Okay. This restaurant ID will automatically convert into a number format.
Number format.
This, okay. Sorry, this is not in the summarized. Okay, this is not summarized. This is still not summarized, but it is a number format. When I click on the sum, that's where it actually converts into a summary. Now you see the sigma symbol.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that it is actually doing a summation, but it is in that number format, and the summary, what it wants to give is in the sum. So whenever you drag the restaurant ID onto the canvas, it will give you a sum of restaurant ID. That's what it says. Okay.
And yes, and what I was asking you is that, like, when we did the total restaurants, correct? So,
Hmm.
like for the restaurant ID, we have to select count distance. So, what is the difference between the count distance and the count? Like, if you choose by mistake or something, the count. So, what is the difference between that? Like, if there anything, something goes wrong because of it.
Very good. Let's say, for example, your name. I'm looking at a list of employees. Your name is repeated 4 times.
Okay.
Now I need to count how many total number of people are there in this employee. Then do I need to count your name 4 times or should I treat you as one?
One.
Right. So when I select count distinct, it will tell me that, okay, Namita is only counted as one. If I select count, Namita will be counted as 4.
Okay. So that one counts the duplicate things, like duplicate names or something.
That's all. You do you know this function count formula in Excel? Have you
Yes.
used it?
Yes.
And do you also, right, when you click a count, what happens? It will just count whatever the total number of values are there within that, regardless of whether it is a unique or duplicate, it will count.
Correct.
But do you see the same thing when you select the same column here somewhere down, it will tell you a count distinct. Okay, ideally in Excel, we will not see that. And there is no direct formula to find the count distinct, but that is what the count, you are using it on the Power BI. But count distinct will tell you only the unique values. Even
Okay.
your name is repeated 10 times, we are going to see only one time.
One time.
Out of the whole data that we have appended, the restaurant ID might have been repeated more number of times. Or let's say the cuisine, for example, the cuisine, let's say Bangalore restaurant have the same cuisine, like whatever the cuisine it is. And even in another place, let's say in Delhi also there is the same cuisine, but I don't want to be shown as two. I want to tell that it is only one cuisine. That's where the unique value is created. So count
Only one
distinct is
time.
only, yeah, count distinct is used only when you want to count the unique values.
Values. Got it.
Okay.
Yes, yes. And I've tried with the filter which you were doing, but I got the same problem, like, apply filter. So it was not available. It is disabled, like.
No, I think I did something wrong. Let me just take a look. See,
Okay.
here and there, it could be a problems, data with the, I mean, problem with the data also could be a case. Could be something might have been, I think I missed out something. Let me just relook into that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Since it is an example, I'm just sticking to this. So I need to look into the data. But I'll clarify this as a first thing on the next session. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Right.
लक्ष्मी, अभी जस्ट आपने जो डेटा दिखाया उसमें जैसे कॉलम में एक्स एक्सिस और वाई एक्सिस पे हम क्विजन्स और यूएसडी ड्रैग कर सकते थे. मेरे इसमें अभी वो फिल्ट्रेशन में नहीं आ रहा है.
आपके पास, आपको एक्स एक्सिस और वाई एक्सिस दोनों है और कुछ अलग है?
नहीं, सिर्फ एक्सिस करके दिखा रहा है. एक्सिस में मैंने क्विजन्स लिया है, बट वाई एक्स एक्सिस और वाई एक्सिस ऐसे दो डिफर नहीं कर रहे हैं.
हाँ ठीक है, एक्सेस के नीचे कॉलम्स या कुछ तो होगा आपके पास, कुछ और इन्फॉर्मेशन होगा.
लीजेंड, वैल्यूज, स्मॉल मल्टीपल्स और
राइट
टिप्स.
राइट. सो एक्स एक्सिस में आपने क्विजन्स लेना है और वैल्यूज में आपने एवरेज कॉस्ट लेना है.
एक्सिस में क्विजन्स लिया.
एंड देन वैल्यूज में you need to put the average cost in the USD. You remember you told me you have access, legend and values?
Okay, yeah.
In values you need to drop the average cost in USD.
Okay. So मेरे इसमें axis means x axis और values means y axis, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just upgrade it, then you shouldn't get any problem.
Yeah. Okay, sure.
No problem at all. Thank you. Yes, Shubhamita, you have any questions? Okay, she's silent. Sharada and Shrikar? I know, Shekhar, you have to work on your files. I know. That's okay. Sharada, you have any questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Sorry to kill your time. So let's meet on the next week and then try to practice it again. As I told you, just look at the recording, give a practice, and come back if you have got any questions, if you face any issue. Okay. And Shubhamita, I feel if you get your laptop, try to give a try with the session. I mean the video recording, and then try if you can able to align to us. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Happy weekend. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.